A pleasant good morning to you from the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua, where we're just about to resume on the second day of this match between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And the situation is that overnight, after we would have missed 40 overs or 39.5 overs due to weather and other conditions here, we are anticipating a 12-25 start with Trinidad and Tobago on 151 for 3. And as we even speak, the players are looking to come out, but at the same time, what we're having, dark, cloudy conditions, and the groundsmen are on the ground. Some already have the covers. Third umpire Bernard Joseph is on the field and perhaps indicating to the groundsmen what is possible. So while we're looking to resume in a few minutes' time, the covers are being pulled on. Sunshine is brilliant here, but it is a strange weather phenomenon that while the sun is shining out from the center, the central position, and it is brilliant, the eastern side and the northeastern side, where you're seeing on view cloudy conditions, indicate that we could be in for another possible weather situation. The groundsmen, they know better than we do. We would hope, Sylvester Joseph, that they don't put on the covers. They may be doing it for caution, but it could just well be a very light drizzle, and we would see exactly. The situation, TNT 151 for 3, Darren Bravo overnight on 74, Yannick Carrier not out on 32. Trinidad and Tobago storming back from a position yesterday of 8 for 2. And then subsequently a good partnership between Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed that really got them into a better position. They are now 51 for 3. We had just 50.1 overs being bowled, and you see the drizzle has started here, and in fact a boisterous wind evident not only by the fluttering flags, but also by the groundsmen struggling to get the covers over the pitch.
Yes, indeed. Good day to all the viewers, listeners. Yeah, it seems like every time the sunshine comes out. And
in fact, one of the groundsmen man went to the ground from the wind, the ferocity of the wind.
That's a grounds lady. That's a grounds lady.
Are you saying it would have mattered whether a man or woman got blown over?
Well, there was a man involved too, but the wind is boisterous here, and we can see from the eastern side there the rain is coming down. You know, the groundsmen.
And we were just due to start. So, wow. So perhaps it's a strange weather phenomenon here. Sylvester, this time of the year, this is far from hurricane season. Hurricane season usually starts at it's open in June. They say June too soon, July standby, August look out you must, September remember, etc., etc.
That's only
but this is February. Yeah. And last evening when we left, not only the wind, but the coldness of the wind stunned me up to the time I got home and had on my warmer. It was still cold. So we are going to be delayed further. Your thoughts before we just go back to our listeners, and surely, Sylvester, we would have to update our listeners as to the fortunes. It is just the reality here. Your expectations?
Well, nature calls, so we just have to wait and see, and hopefully that the covers remain, in good stead. That when we get some sunshine, that the pitch will not be wet, So the groundsmen, they are doing some extensive work. We see that they added a few covers, which is commendable. We must commend them. So the hard work is still going on, but only by the groundsmen and women. I see a few women out there. So the players, they are desperate to be on the field. As soon as the sun is out, they can see that they're wearing and ready to go. But we don't have any control of nature, and we
that's
just have
right.
to go with the flow.
In fact, the bright side of things is that the players, they thought they would have had an opportunity. In fact, earlier in the morning, Darren Bravo, who is not out on 74, a few times when the drizzle died, he came out with his pads on and looking towards the east, hoping. So that is a positive sign for me, that he's set on 74. He wants to see exactly what is happening. And I said, wait, he's not taking his pads off. That means the man is serious. And then to see the Leewards coming out just now, just what, 10 minutes before the expected start resumption this morning, they were there just warming up and rearing to go, and then this. So, listeners, viewers, we're delighted that we at least had the opportunity of letting you know what is happening. But here, from the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds, it is that we have had no play in the entire pre-lunch session, and as we were due to start, during that session with 72 overs minimum being announced by the match officials, the news is that we would not have play until a little while because a very strong drizzle and strong breeze is blowing here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. So until then, I'm Seth Burton on behalf of Sylvester Joseph to say see you then. the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds with more hope that we would have a start, because we had hope, we had high expectations that during what would have been the regular lunch session that we would have had a start at 12:25. But as you know, as we got on air, the showers started, the groundsmen put on the covers. We're yet to get confirmation from the match officials in terms of what the minimum overs would be after that, because the minimum overs given to us when we would have had a 12:25 start would have been 72. But now that has changed. It is now, what, 12:45, just about there? So therefore, we are starting 20 minutes after the scheduled start. But nevertheless, the good thing is that we will have a start. The sun is beaming brighter. And you can see the background behind the northern stand at the Sir Andy Roberts end, that it is clear and crystal. The southern end, the eastern end look good. And I believe the northern end back of us is also good. It is really beautiful Antigua Barbuda on the blazing sunshine. The Leewards players are out. Darren Bravo, he is ready. He has been ready since morning on 74. Yannick Cara is on 32. Trinidad and Tobago overnight 151 for 3. The Leewards will get started. Kofi James had started an over last night. He did bowl an over and had just one ball bowled. Sylvester Joseph, the former West Indies player, is beside me. Sylvester, at least we're going to get some play.
Yeah, well, this is no hope now. This is reality. Their players are out, and Kofi James has the ball in his hand, and Yannick Carrier is there waiting to face the first delivery. And this is a good sign. Both teams, like, they're eager to get going, and I'm very happy that we can have a bit of cricket here at the moment.
Yes. So it has been a curtailed match. Only 50 overs been completed, 50.1. And Kofi James, that's the 24-year-old Leeward Islands all-rounder who comes in around the wicket to Carrier. Carrier gets a single out to long off. And Colin Archibald hurls the return in a good return to Jamal Hamilton. And Darren Bravo, who has been waiting since 9:30 with his pads on, must have been waiting for a couple of hours before lunch. He would be happy. He would need, I think, to get 100. I don't care what people say. This guy still has the talent. He needs to rejuvenate his career internationally. He has the capacity. He's much better than the person who holds the number 3 position, or at least batted in that position in Zimbabwe, about 3 times better. So it is all up to him and the others. Here is he getting one from Kofi James. Plays it forward to cover. A rifled return from the number 23, Kieran Powell. Hamilton starts the little chatter on the Leeward's end. Raheem Cornwall let slip, forward short leg in place. Bouncing delivery from Kofi James. I didn't say Sylvester Joseph, but that was a delivery that really bounced. Partnership of 70 here. Karaya really feeding off Bravo somewhat. Good delivery to Bravo. Right up Yorker, length delivery from the spinner, the off spinner. Bravo plays it out. Now, when we look at it, both batters would have had easy chances. And they have flourished. Bravo works this one nicely off the pads, and Sheena Berich does not want to dive, so he chases, pulls it back, and he has been the culprit, while each of these batters would still be at the crease, because he had one off Darren Bravo when he was on 44. That's 30 runs prior. Didn't do well with it. And Bravo at that time was batting with Jason Mohammed. And when he didn't take the catch, Sylvester Joseph, that was a shocker. And then there was another one with Karaya. That was off Colin Archibald. And then there was Karaya playing one, top edging one down to him off Raheem Cornwall. And somehow it was elusive. And he must be indebted for at least a couple of wickets to get this pair out.
Yes, indeed. And just the manner in which Bravo plays him, you know, you would think that he would try everything in his power to get Darren Bravo out. And to you said that his catch was, what you said about that catch?
Well, I said it was, the ball was elusive because he was just there. The ball was in the air forever.
But I didn't see that one. But I saw the one where I have a career, and that one was that was a stunner. I couldn't believe it. But another opportunity here for them to get themselves together. As we say, the energy in the field for the Leeward Islands need to be addressed, and hopefully that the management, and Coach Stuart Williams and assistant coach manager Willen Cornwall will, have some harsh words last night with them, because I mean the attitude in the field is not becoming, I think, of a franchise team.
That's right, the spirit of cricket. It's about a high spirit. You may not always succeed, but your intention must always be on top. Minimum of 66 overs today left in the day's play. Thank you, Terry. This one played on the bounce. Jeremiah Louis. Would you have brought back Louis, or it doesn't matter in terms of the pace? You will be thinking that he's the one who got the opening wickets. He removed the two openers.
But I think it's not my preference. For what we have seen, Colin Archibald has been the pick of the bowlers in terms of his immaculate line length and even his pace. But the captain, believes in his open bowlers in terms of Sheena Berridge and Jeremiah Louis. This one was pitched down the leg side and well played there by Career. Career looks, I think Career looks the part. He looks positive. He's always looking to score. And this is the intent that you need to see from these players, especially when they have been around for a while. There is no devil in the pitch. We have started very, very well. The first whole session yesterday was washed out because of a spot in the wicket, but we haven't seen any delivery behave in a kind of way because of that spot.
That's right.
The pitch has played good in the conditions, on and off with covers. So, he's looking the part.
Louis angling the ball towards the slip cordon, pitching just back of the length, and Bravo works on that spot. But the pitch, as you mentioned, has done well in spite of what we had, the delayed start due to pitch issues, which may have been through a leak through the covers or something of that nature. That was yesterday, but today it was all because of the weather. So Bravo coming forward, and he has shown the intention that he wants to have a long, big innings. I think he went over the top on two occasions, got sixes, one off Berridge, which I think was a remarkable shot over long off for six after he would have hammered him for four. His faulty shot was that one that he tried to play off Archibald, which was a good delivery that was skied to Berridge. Then the other one, which Raheem Cornwall dropped, that was a real good delivery from Colin Archibald. This time he chases a wide delivery. So he's been tried, he's been tested here by Louis. Didn't come up trumps all the time because he should have been out at 44 and then should have been out at 56. The one for Cornwall, I thought he was a bit casual. He has these big hands, so perhaps he thought, oh, that's a simple catch. But as simple as the movement and the catch, the ball was on the carpet.
No catch is simple until you catch it.
That's right. Good delivery again. Steers it down to backward point. The over has been completed. The second, the first fully completed over of the morning, because the first 5 deliveries remained 155 for 3. And the ploy for the Leewards would be a big issue. Would they continue with Kofi James? Yes, they will. See the big fella taking the helmets from the short leg for the short leg fielders. Would you still be employing short leg? Would you still be applying pressure? Would you be going on the defensive? You are the player. Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, more so maybe I have a city point as well. And also I would give I would either start with Cornwall, or I would give Hayne Watch, my more senior bowlers, better bowlers, as the first thing. Well, you start in the afternoon, so the first first up, your better bowlers must be given the chance to get wickets.
I agree, and that's why I asked you the question, because yes, Kofi James had to finish the over.
Yeah.
Because he started it, but you also want to do what is in your best interest, especially after the players would have had a huge break. No one can complain of overwork. But he's back with Kofi James. That's a good one, dropped by Cornwall. That was straightforward. Took the shoulder of the bat, and it may have struck him. I don't know if it was what I mean, that is really.
I see he's putting out his left hand, but
it was straightforward.
Let's
look at it.
His knee. Right in it, right.
Right, the left hand again. So we need to examine the left hand.
Well, he seems like he's not seeing the ball. Maybe he needs to go to immobile as well, because he's showing the afterwards that he held out his left hand like the ball was wide, but that ball was straight in by the left knee.
Well, it's a Cornwall Berwick issue here in terms of the fielding, in terms of the catching rather. So Kofi James, you can't fault him.
No,
he would say, "I've done my job. I had Bravo covered there, but what?" Kofi James bowling well,
and he gave the captain, some. We have to trust the captain's decision.
That's
in that
right.
Aspect
That's right.
Because he created an opportunity,
And here is something to ponder. Kofi James was one of the leading wicket takers. What? He had 14 in the Super 50 or 12. When you look at it, the question is if you're good enough to be the top bowler in the white ball. Oh, this time it's a loud appeal, not out. Well, the umpire remains on move, and Bravo remains on move. A good over by Kofi James, having a straightforward chance to Raheem Cornwall, and then a huge appeal at the end of the over. Good stuff.
Yeah, good start there by Kofi James. If I would venture to say, I think Kofi James, his skills in terms of bowling. Wow. The one was down the leg side.
Perhaps angling down the leg side,
yeah,
because it hit him full.
If that touched anything, he has to be bat, because the ball was away from his
That's
pads,
right.
and hands and bats alone is out there. So
He's out there.
If that touched anything, he has to be. But we don't have the what you call it there, where these guys, the money people use. The DRS. When you go Zimbabwe and these lesser countries, you, so to speak, you don't have them because you don't have the money.
Sylvester Joseph. Oh, a lovely dive, lovely save on the part of Kofi James. He's such a complete cricketer, wholehearted cricketer. You'd have coached him, didn't you?
Yeah, when he was younger.
At grammar school?
No, when I went grammar school, he had left, I think, a year or two before. But, during his youth development, I was involved in a few coaching stints with him. But
he loves cricket.
Yeah, man.
Kofi James would hunt you down in the night. And if you're playing softball, he wants to be on the team. Here is Louis.
But I think Kofi James can play as a regular off spinner.
That's right.
I think he has his off spinning quality. He can make the team as an off spinner.
And that's the point that I'm making. Because you're a batter, it does not mean that you ought not to get the opportunity as a frontline spinner. I saw him and Raheem Cornwall playing for the Liberty Blackhawks in the domestic final. And the truth is, he bowled remarkably well. I thought he got man of the match.
Even in the cool and smooth.
Yes.
Everything, every.
So you can't say because you're a frontline batter, and we would even continue that discussion even on the Raheem Cornwall end. You say that you are a spinner. But if you can bat, why are you and I discussed this, why are you coming down at 8 and 7 and perhaps the three guys ahead of there may not be better batter than you? So these are some of the things you can't say because you're bowling, you're playing as a bowler. If your skill sets, you have the right technique, you're better than the players. Play as a player.
As an all-rounder.
That's right.
Quality all-rounder. But
good delivery from him, Louis. So Kofi James, I think he is one who, given the opportunity, will put his hand up not just in the limited overs game, but also in this type of game. We saw him got a bad, well, I can't say a bad out because maybe he made his mind up to go sweep against Jamaica on the boundary, but then one that he really struck a ball hard in the helmet of Mackenzie, and then it
Yeah, he was
ballooned for the
unfortunate.
wicket
Unlucky.
keeper. Yeah,
Unlucky.
unlucky fellow.
Unlucky.
So hope the luck changes. He has a chance to watch Darren Bravo go down the leg side, flicked away. They're coming back for the second. And I thought for one that they were settling for one. Colin Archibald.
Probably if Bravo had was in the position of going back, that would have been one. But Career, he's different. He looks positive and trying to pick up everything. Running between the wicket. Even the chances that he gave, he's just trying to play an attacking shot. To try to score some runs.
Yes, Yannick Carraya, he came into the West Indies team. Folks thought as a leg spinner, but he's a batsman. He's a top similar situation
he's all-rounder.
that we're discussing. A strong all-rounder. This time a good delivery, left alone by Carrera. Goes through to Jamal Hamilton and overcomes to an end. Leewards allowing the Trinidad and Tobago team to get away with things here. 158 for 3. Can't fault the bowlers because they gave the fielders opportunity. At least in the Jamaica game, we counted, 5 in the first innings going down, and we're already at 4. And we're not halfway in the innings.
I think they had about 2 or 3 in the second innings as well. You beg to wonder if the coaching staff adjust that situation. But it has to be a problem. It has to be the mindset of the players, because
a casualness.
There's no way that there's a first-class team dropping the type of catches that they're dropping so often. They into 2.5 innings. 2.5 innings, you dropped almost 10 over 10 catches.
11 catches.
11. No,
so we're looking at
and
whole
the type
team.
of catches. The type of catches. Huh?
That's right. It wasn't, say, one diving forward. The only one we could have given an excuse was the one for Kofi James at square leg, when he was running back to log and then dived. That would have been difficult. But all the others were very much straightforward catches, as is the case here. The 2 to Cornwall's left and the 2 to Berwick on the fine leg boundary, I think.
And Ward got 2 in the previous game as well. Ward,
Yes.
The second one, I think, struck the keeper's pad. The one that we thought like he was going left or what.
Well, we don't know what the discussion is out there, Sylvester, but the umpires are having
Hamilton,
a discussion.
it seems like the keeper went to the loo.
Well, there's no other reason why the wicketkeeper would leave. His pace.
He's back now. It was raining. It was pretty kind of cold this morning, so I guess he had a few.
Well, we don't know what he went for.
Okay. I would assume.
Yeah, let's stay away from the bar. So Darren Bravo, I think there is no reason why he should not get to the 100. Not discounting the Leewards bowling, because it has been relatively good, but the outfielding, the catching, let me make it specific, that has been their biggest disaster. You're speaking that you have 2 players here. In fact, Bravo would have had 3 chances and Karai 1. Had you removed 1, there could have been a floodgate letting in the middle order. Because you look at the batting, Trinidad and Tobago was so Webster
seems like he's doing a fairly good job at the back end for them. Even since I think he scored his first class century against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in Brian Lara Stadium. Not last year or the year before, last season. He does well for them down in the back end. That one was short again from Kofi James and Darren Bravo. But in Bravo's case, for him to really, put his name back, not only in the selectors' mind, I think the people of the Caribbean, they expect so much of him, and he has disappointed. He has disappointed everybody, I think, for most part. So in order for him to get back, I think he needs a big 100 or even double.
Well, it can't be 1. It has to be more than 1. In the days gone by of Karai coming off the boot of Ward, is it the forward short leg fielder?
That's Munson Hodge.
Munson Hodge, and going out for Ward now to send the return in. The issue in days gone by when there were 5 matches, scoring 500 runs was a big thing.
Yeah.
You would have gotten in the West Indies team, well, unless you were a Ralston or Dave Joseph was somebody like that who were not given the opportunity when they did. But once a player reached the 500 plus mark, that would almost be an automatic in the 13 or into the President's 11 awaiting the touring team. Darren Bravo should not be judged by any other standard. If he gets continuous runs, you can't say because he was there or this happened or whatever happened. He ought to be given the opportunity. So the desire, I've never had the opportunity of speaking to him or interviewing him or getting a sense of what his desire is. But I think with his skill sets, with his talent level, now he has been elevated to the captaincy of the Red Force. I think in all fairness, he ought not to be treated any different than anybody else, because I have said that I am seeing that the West Indies, even in their current setting, they're trying to manufacture a number 3. And I think it is really sad that instead of having a genuine batter in that position, it started in Bangladesh here when the opportunity was there to have a number 3. From the batters they had, even an opener being converted to number 3, that they wanted Raymond Reefer, and that has been going on for the whole year. So Darren Bravo presents options. There are other options down there. They have Devon Thomas down there. They have other players down there who are on the bench. There is no Shamara Brooks. So when you look at it, they're good players. Too good. Bravo, Thomas, for them to be persisting with that. Yes, Reefer would say, I scored a 50, yes. So what? Get your best team, get your best players out there. Sylvester, I can say it because I'm not under the radar for any ascendancy to any position. I have no interest in that. I just have interest in West Indies cricket. So pardon me for going
No, you have to say what you have to say. You're responsible for what you say or what you do. I have my own opinion. That is your opinion. I will say what I have to say,
So I'm going to be voting for Bravo if he can really get it up. I am not saying he should be automatic, but I'm saying a good season. Remember, there are also some youngsters who are having good starts. Milias, we have had Nando. Here is this one just outside the off stump. And we have had the third 100 for the season as well. So 2 coming from the Windwards. So something good is happening on the Windwards. And in the past, when we used to have centuries from the Windwards, we used to say Devon Smith. Or more recently, Sunil Ambris.
Yeah, Sunil Ambris is still there, but
yes,
he's not really scoring.
Has been consistent, really.
Yeah,
got at least, 2.5 centuries and a 47. This time, Bravo rides it well and plays the ball out. There's some players, they would be consistent and you don't hear much buzz around
because
them.
you see certain players, especially when you reach the test level, and been around for a while, you're held at a higher standard, so like Nando and these guys are newly on the scene, a century or 2, will stand out. But when you're on the scene for so long, like Darren Bravo and these guys, they have to score 3 and 4 centuries.
That's right.
Like Devon
really
Smith.
Impose, yes.
Like Devon Smith, many
That's
people
right.
may think that he played, some people may think that he didn't get enough opportunity, but when he got a chance and he didn't do too well, when he comes back for the Windward Islands.
He kept himself on the list.
Yeah, he makes sure every season he scored 4. Many people call him the first class bully. But if you get an opportunity in the first class and you have to make runs there, that's your...
You could never fault him. That's his arena.
Yeah, because all of us played there, and I can assure you, many of us want him to score some more centuries, but we never did. And
But
he
Devon Smith did.
Yeah,
You're correct. I think he also had some unfortunate dismissals. I remember one right here from this vantage point against England when he got out. It was not out. He should have challenged, and perhaps he was so upset, didn't even remember the challenge system had come in. Didn't challenge, he walked off. Some fair opportunities he would have had. Sometimes you're playing and then you're in, and the possibility of you being dropped the next game that sort of pressure would have gotten a hold of him. But he has been a master of consistency in regional cricket. And I think any player in this age who has that level of consistency would not be left out of the general setup.
Right.
But as we look at it, at times there seems to be a challenge to get into the team when you deserve to be in the team. And at times too often the label is on perhaps where you emerge from. Let's leave that there. 163 for 3. The Leewards would need to break this partnership. They had the opportunity, but they need to break this partnership or else they will be totally shut out of the game.
Well, they have been given the opportunity, as you said, and they never really took it. So, from a cricket perspective, they need this breakthrough. But when they get the opportunity, they're still sleeping. Because I don't understand how you can keep on dropping these easy catches. Yeah.
Dolly catch.
You know, just overworking the bowlers.
Kofi James is back. That one spun and bounced, but not well lined.
I would like to see the short leg at silly point on the offside. For
Given the
left
turn that he's getting, yes.
Yeah, but
Oh, that one bounce and turn as well. Bravo. Karaya spanked it to backward point for Hayden Wall Jr. I think that's a point. That point you're making about the silly point. Even that shot may not have been played. He's really getting some turn here. Another one. Steer down to third man. Hayden Walsh will pull it back halfway inside the boundary. They just trot through easily for 2. Field placing, how important is that?
very, very important. You know, you keep pressure on the batsman. You create opportunity as well. If you have the angles in cricket is very good. Sometimes I tell my the students who I'm coaching that you all are not good at maths. I can tell why.
The angles.
Yeah, I don't know angles. You know what? The angles is key in the field placement. The angles are key.
Well, you're right. Even understand the angles. You know, they even have these games like FIFA and football, and I never knew how to do all the magic, but I understood my angles. I remember playing with the kids and they're beating me straight, and then I started to say, okay, if you take the player from here and you come the angles, and they start, how you beating us? Because you understand the angles.
The angles. You got to understand angles, man. When you think that one's supposed to be a 4, you know, when you have the field in the right place, you know,
That's
and
right.
it frustrates the batsman, you know, when you think you have a sure 4. And
so let's look at it. Apart from Mohammed's 34, it has been all this pair for the Red Force. 79 to Bravo, 38 to Karai, but it has been, well, in fact, 41 to Karai, but it has been this pair. And this pair has put together 83-run partnership. And this, if it goes up to 100, I'm going to tell you, the Leewards would be in trouble, because this game, based on the amount of overs that have been lost due to weather circumstances, it could well be a first innings affair.
yeah, well, it looked like it's trending that way. And even the weather, I think maybe you may have a bit more weather sometimes later on in the game. I don't know. But from what we're seeing here, so first inning is going to be key. But there is also batting point set. I think if you score over 300, 350 within 100 overs, you will be a certain they have.
And there's some bowling points as well if the fast bowlers
gets wicket. 5 at.
So that is reflected in the current standings.
Yeah, as you can see, the Leeward Islands they won first innings points, and they didn't get any batting points. They get minimum bowling points, and they 7 points.
Yes.
You know, and your teams, I think some teams are 2 or 3 teams in front of them, and they were in better position than those teams, but those teams end up with more points. You know, so points, you have to be smart. If this is the way that the competition or the tournament is, you have to try and set up a team in a particular way that you try to maximize every opportunity of getting points.
Yes. Jeremiah Louis, the leading wicket taker in this game for the Leewards. Previous game, Raheem Cornwall had 10, 2 5-wicket hauls.
What do you think about Casey with those two hats? Where he has them on today again? I thought it was the bowler's hat or somebody's.
Fashion.
That's his style.
Yes, that's his style. I think the fashion, it looks good to see burgundy on top of the white board rim. Good dive, good save. And the Walsh, even though he didn't field it cleanly, but getting there, diving and knocking it down, at least saving some runs. By his standard, he was upset. He kicked the ground.
Yeah, when you're as I said, when you're at certain level, you expect certain standards, and when you fall behind those standards, you get frustrated with yourself. You all know that he's a very good fielder, and he tried desperately to cut off that that ball was I guess, and for us, he saved two runs, because that looked like how the field set beating him, that maybe will go into the extra cover boundary for 4. So he's happy about 1, but he saved 2.
That's right. So high standards, and I wish that high standard is reflected throughout the team. The energy level seems to be low on the Leewards end. The Leewards, though, having a tournament after this game, 3-week tournament in St. Kitts. Not quite sure what the arrangements are. Good delivery, kept a bit low. Good take on the part of Hamilton, tumbling over. So this Leewards team, though, has a couple of players who have gone on to represent the West Indies. Powell, the one who has had more of the experience at that level. Cornwall, who has done that in Test. Jamal Hamilton at least had a Test play. Hayden Walsh would have had a few in terms of both ODI and T20. So they have at least 5 players with international experience on which they can lean. So they should know how to get out of this web. Good delivery. Bravo comes up, showing full face of the bat. Berridge fields. The over has been completed. Over number 58 for the game. So if you have just joined us, it is nothing strange. Yes, Bravo is on 80. Karaya is on 42 for TNT in their 167 for 3. But if you see 58 overs and we're in the second day, we lost the entire session on day 1 and then lost the entire session on day 2. And that tells you we would have lost 2 full sessions. And it simply means that in a 4-day game and you have lost 2 sessions, the probability of an outright win could be a matter. So TNT, I believe, they will be settling and looking for a huge first inning Sylvester Joseph.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think they will be targeting the 300 mark, also to get some batting points. So if you can get batting points, and then you can vie for first innings points, your points tally. And as I say, the next 3 games are back in Trinidad, so they should have
on home soil.
Yeah, and they, hopefully that they for their purpose, that they play good at home.
Kofi James comes into Bravo. Bravo pulls this one. This will be 4. Sheena Berridge chases it and it goes through him. Even his dive is not good enough. Bravo sails on his first boundary of the morning.
That's career, sorry.
That's Carrier.
Carrier, yeah.
So I got carried away. Both left-handers. Carrier looks as though he really wants to get on with it.
The shot looked so exquisite, like
the Bravo type. That's right.
Nothing wrong with that. It was a good shot.
Speaking about TNT, I have not been to the Brian Lara Stadium. I would have had quite a lot at the Queen's Park Oval. So the next time I go to TNT, in the air, will it cover the field? The running back, it holds up for Colin Archibald just inside the boundary. Karaya look as though he wants to get on with it.
Yeah, I like the momentum that the tempo that he has. He's one that not only just prad and look for the bad balls. He ones that has, when he's batting, he keep a good tempo. You saw him bowl. That's similar to how he bowls. He bowls with
puts a lot of energy on the ball.
Yeah, and
this one is steered down to third man. Hayden Walsh Jr. pulls it up. Also, what I look at him is his keenness for 2 things: placement.
Yeah.
And also watching the field, because previously Archibald was out on the long off boundary. Once Archibald was brought in, he went over the top.
Yeah.
Could have been a risky shot.
Yeah.
Had Archibald been out, may have been caught. but then he picked it out. Now we're seeing.
But we can,
after-
what you're saying, which is so precise, we can see that he's trying to manipulate the field.
That's right.
Like, he don't really get it off as often. But even yesterday with the drop catch with Sheena Barrage, he was in. So he was trying to sweep it past him, but he got a top edge. And even with this situation as well, he tries to place the ball where the fielders are not, and that is where you're gonna score. That is where you're gonna be more successful. And the more experience he gets doing trying that, he will become better. And this is what you want to see as batters in the first class game.
Kofi James, the faster one into Bravo. He just worked the wrist around down to long leg. Sheena Berridge comes off the boundary. Bravo will retain the strike. Bravo moves on nicely to 81. Kara is on 49 in sight of a half century. I beg your pardon. TNT Red Force. 175 for 3 after comments from you, Sylvester Joseph. Terry Laraji will join you.
Yeah, good partnership here building. You can see the momentum really going. I would really love to see, some more energy there from Darren Bravo. I think he needs to up the tempo a bit. He has been
That's
there,
right.
He's settled, and his innings is just only when Sheena Berridge comes on, you can see the tempo changes. But I think he can up the tempo a bit more. Kawaya is trying, and he can also do that with the skill set that he has.
Well, perhaps Bravo is on a mission. Perhaps Bravo is determined in his mind that he wants to score 100. And in order to make sure that he prefers to be cautious rather than, as you say.
So you're referring that he want to make us a cautious 100 then?
Yes.
But he already gave what, 2 or 3 chances trying to be cautious.
That's right. I think I can't win the argument, so I won't go there. Of the 9 overs, he has only added, 9 runs for the morning.
Look at that. That should have. That
yes,
seems
that's
like
a half volley.
Yeah.
That should have been coming from the long off boundary.
I think if that was Sheeno Berridge, he would have hit it up here for 6.
Are you saying he has it for Sheeno?
It seems like he has it for Sheeno.
Well, that's cricket. Sometimes you really want to dispatch a particular bowler. Sometimes a little personal battles here. Jeremiah Louis.
But wonder why he has that for Sheena Berridge, and Sheena Berridge give him what, two chances?
Well, perhaps.
I thought he would be a bit more lenient on Sheena Berridge and try to attack the rest.
Well, let's look at it. His initial onslaught on Sheena Berridge yesterday was before Sheena Berridge would have put down the catch. When he really.
But when he came on,
it
seems like when he came on the second time around, he upped his tempo against Sheena Berridge.
That's right. So he sees the opportunity. Sheena Berridge not looking as sharp as the Sheena Berridge that I knew before. Looks to be just, medium fast, not the genuine stuff. Outside the off stump, he chased that. Looks to be vulnerable just outside the off stump for the past 2 overs. He's perhaps playing himself into a hole. I think the point you're making is that he needs to up the tempo, that he's putting himself in a hole, putting himself under a bit of pressure, as we saw even in that chance to Kofi James earlier. So are they making an adjustment? Louis is. He's got to come from around the wicket.
No, I think he's staying over.
Oh, he's staying over, right. The 2 slips still in place.
After that delivery, he can't be coming over around the wicket set. That was a beauty.
Was not induced on that occasion. Allowed it to go through. So he's bowling again with the 2 slips. Backward point. Cover on the boundary. Mid-off. Extra cover. Mid-on. Short mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Fine leg also on the boundary. So the fine leg and the cover on the boundary. He realizing that Louis is looking at the angles. Got one leaving him again. Cat and mouse game between these two. Over has been completed. Sylvester Joseph, your comments, then Terry will replace you.
Yeah, good spell here by Louis, hitting the right areas. I think sometimes he tend to push the ball. I think if he continues to bowl that ball with the ball angling away, that's when he gives Bravo more trouble. But Leewards would desperately need a breakthrough, probably a bowl down, without a no ball though. So, but this partnership is looking dangerous, and he's keep going. So they definitely need to get amongst the wickets in order to get themselves back into this game.
175 for 3, Terry. As you come along, they have added 24 runs for the. I keep saying morning because we're accustomed to start in the morning, but for the day, as we started in the afternoon, and we have looked at what 8.5 overs completed, 24 runs. We see Raheem Cornwall is getting ready to take over from Kofi James.
Goodwood got play of those sets because apparently still no play at Coolidge between Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. But the Windward Islands have Guyana 82 for 6.
Wow.
Chasing 294, Windward Islands first innings. And Justin Greaves, 12 overs, 4 for 14.
4 for 14. Good bowling. We have spoken about batting, but we've had some good bowling. This is a good one from Raheem Cornwall. Stifled the peel. I got the impression the ball may have taken the bat. Alec Atenes adding to the Centurions.
Yes.
Yesterday, the youngster from Dominica for the Windward Islands. This one down the leg side worked away nicely by Karaya. We'll get at least 2. Powell pulls it up inside the boundary. So Atenes, he would have scored 200 in the Super 50 this year. Well, last year in November, December, October, November. And now to be having a first class 100.
First class, yeah.
Yes. And in the second game of the season, showing consistency. But there has been bowling performances, or there have been. Raheem Cornwall leading those with 2 5-4s in the previous game. We have also had fairly decent bowling from a few. John and you spoke about now Graves. You spoke about, well, Karai is in things. We're speaking about Brian Charles. Pramal also, getting amongst the wickets. And he himself has been such a servant of West Indies region. Oh, beauty, a beauty. Beat him all ends up. The wicket keeper
Hamilton was
had
confident.
Wow.
He's still chatting
I
to
thought
Karai.
it was an edge, but that one spun around. Kara really split him in two. I would love to see the replay on that. We are looking at that. Oh.
Squared him up, though. Brilliant delivery by Cornwall.
That's it. Going into him, pitched and left him. Ooh, wow.
The back foot was raised.
In the air. I got the impression from that the back foot was still raised as Hamilton got it off in a flash. And he kept beckoning to the umpire. But umpire Graves suggests that it was not out. Can't fault the umpire.
But they need something, the Leewards, though, set. They need to pick me up. They had another chance this morning. It's the third chance to Darren Bravo.
Well, he got to ride the luck.
Yeah.
Get the luck, ride it.
He won't be complaining, that's for sure.
That's right. At the end of the day, it's the score that is on the board and not the chances.
That's right.
You don't see 100 or 80, 85 with 3 chances. What you see are runs.
That's right. Runs in the book. That's all anybody cares about at the end of the day. But as you were saying, with the time lost, though, said first innings points crucial here for both teams. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be looking to build as big a first innings as possible.
But good to see the Leewards still keeping themselves, when I say in it, in terms of, okay, they're not getting the wicket, but the level of containment, the tightness of the bowling ought to be commended. They're not running away with it at all. They're going about it a little leisurely. I thought Karai has shown more aggressive intent for the morning. He has added some 15 runs for the morning.
Yep.
Started at, in fact, 17 runs, started at 32.
Right.
Bravo has added just 10. and has given a chance. Both batters would have given a chance. One is a chance and one is a reprieve. Because that stumping chance, it was clearly that back foot was not grounded.
Yes.
But you can't fault the umpire. He does not have the DRS system available to call upon. And
No, it was
everything happened rather
call,
quickly because
right.
that ball really ripped, beat him quickly. Hamilton had the bails off in a flash, and the foot wasn't raised very high. So Jeremiah Louis, nice little battle with Darren Bravo, and he's really on this occasion.
But it was nice
It's
to
not
see.
Bravo, but Karaya.
It was nice to see Hamilton giving Coffee James a bit of a spell rather
Yes.
than throwing the ball straight away to Cornwall.
I thought that
Which has
should have
been the
happened.
norm.
Should have happened earlier in the match.
Right, right.
Especially Cornwall taking the ball in the 10th over without much of the sheen. I think Kofi James can push it through as well because perennially he was a medium pacer, so he has those options with the harder ball. Hayden Walsh Jr. does not feel as cleanly, but once the ball bounces to him, they would not want to take the risk. He should have had the ball, but there's so many options on the Leeward side because apart from the three seamers in Louis, Berich, and Archibald, the spinners, you have Walsh, you have Cornwall, you also have Kofi James. Cornwall, obviously the leading bowler, not just here, the leading spinner, in the region, so he would be doing quite a lot of bowling. But I think they also have options. You have Terry Ward, who was not bowled for the season. Good delivery on the part of Louis, but Karai was walking into it. Negated any option for an appeal for LBW. Overcompleted. Still on 49 Karai, I think. Both batters in sight of landmarks. Karai has been on 49 for the past 3 overs. And Bravo has been locked in on 82. So a good little period for the Leewards. That previous over from Cornwall and then this over from Louis really keeping them on the check. 178 for 3.
Yes, they are keeping the Red Force under check, as you say, Seth, and building some pressure to give themselves an opportunity to break this partnership.
Speaking about building pressure, India built some pressure today in their game against Australia.
Yeah, Jadeja, 5-wicket haul.
And Ashwin 3.
Right.
Spinners having the dance. Cornwall trying to spin and dance here for the Leewards. Patience is a game for the spinners.
Yes, most definitely.
Jadeja showed that patience. Ashwin did as well. Cornwall being worked away by Bravo. To the left of Munson Hodgett, forward short leg. Sheena Berich feels he has been one who has put down at least 2 chances. Raheem Cornwall likewise.
If they can just build some pressure here, though, give themselves another opportunity to break this partnership, which is approaching 100. 87 at the moment.
Yes, and the 2 partnerships, the 2 pillars on which the innings has been built. This and Jason Mohammed's batting earlier. I think you can't take him out of the equation because Jason Mohammed came in yesterday when they were in dire straits at 8 for 2.
Yeah.
Shading a good partnership with Darren Bravo to bring the team back.
Definitely 70-odd run partnership for the 3rd wicket.
The slip is still in place. Pulled away. Karaya gets his 50 here. Pulls it down to back of the square for Sheena Berich to field. Comes through and he raises his bat. And he would be happy. The partnership moving up to 98. But Yannick Karaya getting his 50.
Yes, well done to Karaya. And especially today's look to get on with things. as Red Force try to build as big a first innings as possible. We had the chance yesterday afternoon, but batted well and batted very well in tandem with his captain, Darren Bravo. Partnership, although they've had their chances, Leewards certainly taking the game away from the Hurricanes at this stage. They need something, another good tight over there by Cornwall, just the 2 off it. But at this stage, both Bravo and Correa were pretty comfortable at the crease, Seth, which is worrying times for the Hurricanes.
Yes, it should be a worrying time for them. And it should not be, given the fact that they had opportunities that the bowlers created, but the fielders were not as responsive. Correa, though he has batted well, and I think, what he's doing augurs well for his personal development and also for West Indies cricket, as he had the opportunity, of getting his chance at the white ball level. The question is, can he, push and show that he wants it in the red ball level? Good feeling on the part of Kofi James.
Yeah, good stroke there by Correa, but well fielded at mid-off there by Kofi James. Jeremiah Louis starting his 17th over. Bowled well, 2 for 23 so far. This is where Hamilton needs to show some leadership and not just let the game drift away from them. I know they've had their chances and so, but they need to put that behind them and just keep trying to build pockets of pressure on these two. Believe that the breakthrough will come.
So Correa has had his 5th first-class half-century in his 73rd first-class game, so he is quite experienced at this level. And batting with Darren Bravo should be a good incentive. I know that they are TNT teammates, but when you are batting with someone who has seen it done, who has gotten it done, you are looking to seal a 100 partnership with him. I think that is something that could spur something special in the younger batter.
Yeah, and especially in their approach so far today, they've obviously discussed it and decided that he would be the aggressor of the two, and he's playing that role very well. But credit must be given to the Hurricanes bowlers, though. They're certainly keeping them in check in the last few overs. You'd just like to see a bit more chat going on, a bit more encouragement given to the bowlers by the Hurricanes fielders.
As we say yesterday about Bravo, in his 56 Test matches in his career, he has had 8 centuries, 17 half centuries, an average of just about 36, and that is pretty solid comparative to what you see around these days.
Louis coming around the wicket now.
Well, they called no because it was Hayden Walt Jr. speeding to that one.
He got there very quickly. Kind of any chance of having a single taken, even though he fumbled it. It was palmed nicely to Cartier at backward point. Yeah, but that's what we were talking about, Seth, though, with Darren Bravo. If he could have a good season and really, show that he wants to get back, I think the door's wide open, isn't it, at the moment, as
West
far
Indies
as West
cricket
Indies middle
needs
order is
it. West
concerned.
Indies cricket needs it.
Yes.
And we can only hope that the best options are given their opportunity.
Nice
This
shot.
one driven down the ground. It's a no ball. So the 100 partnership comes up between these two. Terry.
Yes, and a match-defining 100 partnership it may very well be. As we say, they've had their chances, both batsmen, but full credit to them. They've stuck to their task, and they've put their team, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're putting them anyway into a rather dominant position at 180 for 3.
And they're letting the Leewards pay dearly.
That's a good ball. Well, stoutly defended though by Correa. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The Hurricanes are under the pump. They need wickets. And you just feel that the breakthrough would need to come sooner rather than later. The bigger the partnership, this partnership gets, it allows time for any moisture in the wicket because of the rain this morning and overnight to dissipate. And the two obviously set batsmen. The longer they can stay out there, the bigger this first innings for Red Force will be. And I'm sure that's the plan that Darren Bravo, I'd say, would have set his stall out from the time that we got on the ground after lunch, about 12:50 local time here. We lost the entire first session again due to rain this time. And I think he would have put in his mind that he'd bat the entire day, if possible. Bravo. That would be the Red Force's plan. It's a bit of a hold-up in play as Correa called the 12th man on for a towel. I don't think he's going to throw in the towel, though, Seth.
Certainly not. Certainly not. He has a plan, and he's patient in executing the plan. The Leewards, though, have spread the field. When we say not a full spread, but the long off, the cover and the long leg on the boundary. Perhaps giving up the attacking ploy. Cornwall just asking Archibald to come straighter at long off.
Yeah, and this is where I think the game just drifts along for them. Those set, you need wickets, and you'd rather see the fielder there. I think it's Archibald down on the long off boundary, up in the more traditional mid-off position, and ask them to hit over the top. And at least then they miss-hit it or whatever, you got a chance of taking a wicket. But just trying to contain them. For what, really? If they bat out the remainder of the overs and we don't get a break in the weather, it could be well over 300 by stumps.
I wanted to watch something with Bravo that I've been speaking about. Bravo taps the bat continuously until the point of delivery. And that's important in terms of the batter's rhythm. These days, you see the young batters having their bats raised, even with the batter. And I believe that is one of the downside coming through. In our day coming up, there were few batters you saw doing that. I remember John Wright from New Zealand having the bat hanging. A few players of that nature.
Gooch,
but you watch Graham Gooch, but you watch Bravo, he taps it up to the point of delivery of Cornwall, then he raises the bat, and that helps with rhythm. I think he is, a good model.
Yes.
To follow
for a young player.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think it helps with concentration too,
Focus, yeah.
That's right. You keep your focus as the bowlers coming in, right up until the point of delivery. So I think you're right there, Seth, that we don't see much of that these days because they tend to stand in a more open, almost a baseball-like stance, don't they? Because of the invention of the shorter versions of the game. They're ready to, explode or hit out at any time. Now, I saw a thing the other day, and they were saying with these new bats these days that when you first pick them up, if you just hold them in your hand, they feel rather heavy. But when you bring it up, to around shoulder height, it feels as light as a feather. You come down with all that power, which is the idea, obviously.
Well, a bowling change. Colin Archibald replaces Jeremiah Louis.
This is the guy I don't think is being given a ball often enough. He's looked good in this match. He looked very good in the first match at Coolidge.
I agree. I think he should be the one holding the new ball. He's
Most
the
definitely.
fastest of the three seamers. He always is looking for wickets. Has been unfortunate because even in this match he has had, two?
Yeah, he should have Bravo
drop
twice.
catches.
Yeah.
And that was the case. Also at Coolidge, had a few drop catches off of him. Ooh. Gets closer to the stumps than we saw from Louis, because Karai was trying to chop that down. That was pretty close to the stumps. Missed it completely. Bravo comes down to have a word with him.
Yeah, he gets close to the stumps in a very rhythmical, smooth approach to the crease. And being left-handed, of course. It's always a bit more difficult to negotiate as a batsman. But all the time, so from ball one in his spell to whenever his spell finishes, 99% of the time he's consistently on that nagging good line and length, whereas you don't get that consistency. Well, I don't find you get that consistency from the two new ball bowlers in Berridge and Louis.
He's a bowler you need to manage well. He needs to come in if the decision is for some short bursts. Have that. Well, we don't know the conversation that happens inside the dressing room. But I think if it's not had, it needs to be had. That more of him
Less
would
of
be
the
better.
other two.
Less of the other two. And more of him perhaps in short spurts, in quick bursts. Whatever the decision, he can't be laid on the sideline. You sort of get the impression that
Exactly.
he will always be a change bowler, and I think he has the prospect of being the strike bowler of the team.
Whereas at the moment he seems like an afterthought almost. Get a nice shape again away from the left-handers.
Seems like the bowler also who builds up in terms of his pace. He doesn't hit it immediately. I think that is the only issue that I have with him. Most bowlers do build up, but at least the early aggression, he's the only one who will come and command and give you a good bouncer once he works up the pace.
But I think also, though, Seth, it's the path that West Indies cricket and the player need to get together and see which way they're traveling. The reason why I say that is because if you have a look around West Indies cricket at the moment, you've got a lot of the same. They call themselves all-rounders, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I always find, if you just take Archibald, right? If he's trying to break it, which obviously he is, he's trying to break into the West Indies team, he's behind 4, 5, 6 players who are basically similar in their approach. I'd much prefer, you started off as a fast bowler, opening bowler, work on that craft, and you can bat. That's an extra
incentive,
yeah.
Because he has in his 11 first-class games before this, he had 100 against Trinidad and Tobago. So, and he bats late at 10. And when you're able to carve out 100 at number 9, number 10, it means that there is something special about it.
Right. But don't make both your priority. Make one your priority,
And the
your
other
strength,
one,
and the other one is always
the
there.
plus
You
for
can
the
fall
team.
back on.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Because as we go back in time in terms of West Indies cricket, they were no all-rounders. You did have a little bit of. I'm not speaking about the Sobers era. I didn't grow up in that era. But during its successes, you may have had in the early days, there was a Bernard Julian, there was, well, that was even prior.
Van
There
Holder,
was Van Holder, but
Collis
then
King.
it came down to Collis King, who was closer to that. And
Right.
once the era came with the out-and-out genuine fast bowlers, you know, those situations changed.
Yes, yeah.
Right? And then you had what? Specialist batters, specialist bowlers, keepers who could have batted. And then you relied on, let's say, a Malcolm Marshall, who was pretty close to, can give you a good, decent half century and still bowl on his own. For a bit of time, you had Roger Harper and Eldine Baptist, who were closest to balance all-rounders, could bowl, hold their own and bat. But then it was a team that depended on just these outstanding batters, these outstanding bowlers.
Yes.
But at the same time, a player who could bat leaned on his specialty.
Right, right. Exactly. Another tidy over by Cornwall. He's bowled 20 overs. No wicket for 44. But you can just see that Leewards have gone a little flat. And as you say, Seth, more on the defense than the attacking mode at this stage. They need wickets.
Yes, they need wickets. They need a few quick ones. They had the opportunity this morning. I keep saying this morning, this afternoon when play resumed after we lost the entire first session, that one which Kofi James really had Bravo in a tangle and took the edge. Rakeem Cornwall did not take the catch. They also had that stumping opportunity against Karaya, which the replay would have shown. Didn't get the foot back. But they need to keep going. Good delivery on the part of Archibald. Attempted Yorker, but well played by Karaya.
That would have been a big feather in the young Kofi James's hat too.
Yes.
Getting somebody the class of Darren Bravo.
Look at this. Angling in. Karaya coming down on time. Archibald is always trying, and excellent variety. Not beating Kofi James on the drive. Archibald, a wholehearted cricketer. Strong and pretty consistent. In a lineup like this, I think perhaps experience may have been given the opportunity in terms of the Berich-Louis combination. Good delivery, wrapped on the pad. He's given by umpire Graves. So Karaya goes. As we were saying, this is the man of the moment, Colin Archibald, a man who could have made the breakthrough. Karaya walks away after scoring his first-class half century in his 73rd game. A good knock by Yannick Karaya, but a good wicket by Colin Archibald. Yes. That was straight. He was walking across. The front foot was in place. Perhaps Karaya thought it may have been going down, and Colin Archibald celebrates the breakthrough. Terry Laraji.
Yes, and the breakthrough that the Leeward Islands desperately needed, and well bowled once again by Colin Archibald. He pitched that one up, and Karaya got done by a good one. It straightened, and that looked pretty adjacent to 1 So the breakthrough has finally come, a partnership of 101 for the 4th wicket. Trinidad and Tobago now 183 for 4. Darren Bravo still there on 83. You talk about experience and everything, though, Seth, and Sylvester and I were talking yesterday that when you look at the 4-day championship particularly this season, with the test team playing at the same time. So you take that experience on the test team out of a lot of the franchises. It hasn't affected Leeward Islands that much, but you get into a position where you've got so much experience in the team that instead of using that experience collectively, it's almost like they've got into a situation where the other one's leaving it for the next one to suggest or come up with something or, bring the team closer together. They just look a bit out of sorts to me. They look flat, even in the first match against Jamaica. And
Yes.
it's continued here.
Well,
I
as you say,
believe.
Leewards were less affected. The out would have been Devon Thomas and Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph has not played as consistently with Leewards because he has been on
Right.
most of the tours for the West Indies. Devon Thomas, though, would have been an invaluable
Definitely.
member. In fact, he has
Definitely.
been the most consistent batter along with Craig Brathwaite and Tadnarine Chanderpaul for the past few seasons. In fact, his past 6 years, he may have had one bad season.
Right.
Or
right.
I don't even want to say bad because average, most batters. But he has always been the rock on which the Leewards build, himself and Powell. Powell, though not as consistent. And what Devon Thomas also brings to the team is an energy and a leadership persona, even though he may not be the captain
Yes.
at all times. He brings that leadership persona
Right.
to the team that I think
They're-
what is
they're
lacking.
missing.
In the field, he's going to keep clapping. He's going to make suggestions
Right.
as though he is, in fact, the informal leader.
Right.
So I think the team lacks that. However, for an experienced team like this, outside of Devon Thomas, we should be getting greater energy that you see was lacking against the Jamaica Scorpions, and the same thing against the Trinidad that Red Steel. It is opportunity being given to someone else. And hence I asked the question, how long do you persist with some players here?
Yes, I agree.
This is now a great opportunity for Kofi James coming in at number 4 to realize that somebody's out or I am in, there is no Devon Thomas. So I can build on this opportunity. So the exit of the experienced players or the unavailability creates an opportunity.
For
And that's
others,
what we're
yeah.
seeing.
Yeah.
The only team that may not be affected by this would have been the Windward Islands. And now you're seeing that their young players, the Athenays, the Kimani,
A stepping up.
stepping up.
Yeah.
Kavim Hodge coming into his own realization. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago, it would have been that they have lost their fast bowlers, Shannon Gabriel to selection, Seals and Phillip due to injury. So you ask yourself, where is the next fast bowler
Coming
from TNT
yeah.
coming? That is something that I want to examine, and I think I may be making a few calls to that beautiful land, not just Trinidad and Tobago, to know what is happening. We know they have produced an exciting bunch of spinners for the West Indies over the years. The fast bowlers since Tony Gray, Ian Bishop, and you have had, well, for a brief period, Marlon Black, and now you have the new generation after Mervyn Dillon would have been, I think, the greater hope of the prior generation. I think these are things that could happen. Edged to the right of the second slip, goes into the boundary for 4. 4 in the dark for Tion Webster. He got a good delivery from Colin Archibald that drew him forward. And the Leewards again, they're going with 2 slips that cannot work. That went to the right of Terence Ward. The gap between Terence Ward at second slip and the gully in Mountain Hodge, in fact, it would have been short of the third slip. Nevertheless, it went through them for a boundary. So Colin Archibald asking some questions. Tion Webster faces him. This time he works it off the path. Oh, a poor fielding on the part of Sheena Berich, and he has many questions to answer. He have dropped both Bravo and Kiraya yesterday afternoon, and now allowing 2 runs to give, in fact, a single rather than 2, to give Tion Webster a little reprieve. So 188 for 4. Bravo only adding 11 to his overnight score of 72. TNT adding 37 runs for the loss of Yannick Carrai's wicket. Scored a half century and will be happy.
But you're talking about Devon Thomas and...
Good delivery on the part of Archibald. Yorker length
Excellent.
delivery.
and his enthusiasm and everything. Even Phil Simmons referred to that he's such a team player. You know, he may be 12th man or whatever, but he's still running here, running there, collecting this, doing that. You know, anything for the team. First one on the bus of the morning, last one off in the evening.
I did hear that comment.
Yeah, yeah.
But knowing him, he's a special personality.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's just the missing part of this team in terms of its leadership, in terms of its focus. And that's the nature of the player. And certainly I said it a year ago that he should have really been given that opportunity at the number 3 position instead of Raymond Reefer.
Right,
Look at the quality,
right.
7, not just because of his 7 first-class hundreds, not just because of that, but you look at quality. Cricket is quantities and also quality.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have said, added to that, what's happening in terms of where we're going with West Indies cricket. Shea Hope, confined to white ball. I know he had some problems technically with the red ball. Brandon King, is he confined to white ball? Who can bridge that gap?
Right.
You have Desmond Haynes, who is chairman of selectors, but could he be assisting technically with some of the other guys in a system that allow particularly those two? If you have those two, Bravo, Devon Thomas in a middle order, it becomes one that would face any team.
Yes.
Forgive me for saying that because I love quality. Raheem Cornwall comes in and Tion Webster drives.
No, I think so, because it to me, they're just clutching at straws type thing, looking for somebody to fill these roles in such an important role. I mean, your number 3 is basically your best
defines
bat,
the team.
right? And who you build or pick the order around, you know.
And
Pick
we
the
bring a
team
low
around.
order batter.
And we bring but not only a low order batter, but to me, he's always been known as a bowling all-rounder, not a batting all-rounder. But anyway, he made 50 the other day, so that's encouraging.
Yesterday.
We'll see how he goes. Yeah.
Cornwall being edged down to third man by Tion Webster. Sheena Barrett Fields.
The other thing, just getting back to the Leeward Islands, I think President of the ABCA and Leeward Islands and West Indies Director Kumar Rodney, when he was on with us yesterday, made a very good point that getting the 3-day tournament, Leeward Islands 3-day tournament back, will start, or hopefully will start putting pressure on some of these guys who have basically been picked for the last quite a few seasons now, said, because they've had no pressure on them. There's nobody banging the door down, looking to break into the team and take over their role. So you're stuck with people like Monson Hodge, say, you know, opening the innings. Not that he's had a brilliant career, but where is that leading to, though, as far as Leeward Islands and then West Indies cricket is concerned?
Bravo to Cornwall. He's content on just nudging Cornwall and not taking any risk. That's a discussion that ought to have been had years ago, because the absence of the Leeward Islands 3-day tournament was not due to COVID. Yes, we would say that the one-day tournament was not due to COVID. It was due to the explanation that there were financial issues among sub-territories. But what I'm saying, West Indies cricket is as strong as Leeward's cricket, and I think the reflection is clear. Because in the old days, when you looked at the Leeward Islands cricket, they were providing a reservoir of players, because when you went to the Leeward Islands tournament, what you had players, as the players are leaving, you had guys who were beating down the door on each island, and they then emerged into the Leewards team from the 3-day tournament. And when they came out like the cream at the top, they forced themselves into the West Indies team. So in the absence of that tournament, players are just in a franchise mode. And you ask yourself, how are they selected? Yes, you'll have the top guys, the Cornwalls and the Thomas and the Alzari Joseph and Hayden Walsh emerging, you know, after coming from another franchise. But you're not having the progression. What you do with a Colin Archibald how would that spark his interest? A natural clinical cricketer.
Right, right.
So for a few years, they're just getting in on being in the franchise.
Yes.
Now that there is a competition, you would at least see the emergence of new talent.
Yeah, exactly, because there's nobody competing for any spot, and there hasn't been for quite a while now.
Good hustle delivery on the part of Archibald.
He's getting some movement.
Yes.
The breeze is coming from left to right. It's,
Good effort ball. Likes to attack the stumps, like to attack the batters. And when we look at it, for listeners, just to understand context, if you were to look at Trinidad and Tobago, just 2 islands, it's okay to drive from Chagaramas to Port of Spain or Port of Spain to Arima or Santa Cruz, wherever you are. Then you take the ferry over from Tobago if you're part of the team. Here is Archibald. Oh, what an ugly shot on the part of Tion Webster. Perhaps thought it was white ball. He just had a hard slash at that. That one took the bottom, took the...
lucky he didn't play it
yes,
on. Yes,
went into the pads. But whereas the Leewards, let's look at it. He just had a big swing at that without any movement of the feet. Was on the knees, and it could have gone into the stumps. But in terms of the Leewards, all the little islands, you have to be traveling here and there. That may have been an issue that has been discussed in terms of the financial situation. Archibald, edge court.
Got him.
Archibald, the wicket taker,
exactly.
has been held back all the time.
Give him the ball.
Every time he comes, things happen. College Archibald has been the unlucky one, but the lucky one now to have taken 2 wickets for the day that the Leewards need, even though he saw 2 catches went down off of him yesterday. He has really brought the Leewards back into this game. TNT Red Steel, Red Force, 189 for 5. Disappointment on the part of Tion Webster. This was a delivery, a good one coming back into him. He was induced into the drive, but then the feet were not coming forward. Only on the point of the stroke, he was surging forward. Good catch by Captain Hamilton.
No, and I think that was excellent bowling on the part of Archibald once again, because the first delivery he brought back in and it troubled Webster. The next one he threw a little wider, and as you quite rightly said no feet movement, and that one was a little closer to the off stump, but he knew Webster was going to follow it. And again, no feet movement. He got the edge and threw to Hamilton. So excellent spell this by Colin Archibald, bringing the Leeward Islands Hurricanes back into the game. 189 for 5 as Amir Jangu, who was with the Hurricanes for many seasons, comes out to join Darren Bravo.
Well, Django would be happy. He's playing against his franchise, which he served for about, 3 years. So he's the wicketkeeper bat, coming down at number 7. For the Hurricanes, he batted a bit higher in the order, but nevertheless, he's adept at batting, has good skills with the gloves, and is with his home franchise. He said there is no place like home.
There you go.
And not for the holiday, but for the career and the profession. So he's back at home, but he's at home against his opponents. Colin Archibald, wide outside the off stump, a wasted first ball. You know, as we sort of change the discussion, it is always good to be bowling against a player that you know.
No, right,
also,
right.
From Django's standpoint, when you are the wicket keeper, you know everything about all the bowlers because you are the one doing the glove work.
Right.
You know which delivery may be drifting a bit more, which one may be based on the angle or the trajectory of the bowler's arm. That's what you know. So who will have the advantage here?
Very true. Could be interesting.
Beaten by a beauty. He prodded forward at that. And that's what I'm saying about Colin Archibald. Look at him.
Excellent delivery, that one.
Lovely run in.
And he definitely played at it to drag the bat inside, but the ball had already passed the outside edge.
So we speak about the team dynamics. How do you make decisions that you have 2 fast bowlers, 3 seamers, who will open the bowling is it just on the experience, who would have had more games? You look at this guy.
Well, surely those said it must be on performance, and as we keep saying, too much is running. He's the one that looks like is going to cause the trouble and pick up the wickets and do the damage.
Django gets off the mark in the meantime, playing one just short backward of square position. A good over once again from Colin Archibald, and in a flash, from his 12 overs, he has got now 2 for 39. In a flash, he has brought the game back around, sort of in an even Steven situation. Darren Bravo, who is on 83, may be the one standing between the Leewards and TNT at 190 for 5.
Yeah, Bravo is still the key, obviously, on 83. They can get rid of him. Then they can really start looking at trying to wrap up this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force first innings. And he will know that, and that's why I believe that he's looking to bat out the day. But getting back to Archibald and who gets the new ball and everything, surely it must come on. I mean, all right, experience plays a part. You still need two.
You got to assess it.
Right.
I would have heard all discussions. Malcolm Marshall, the late Malcolm Marshall, one of my favorite bowlers of all time, saying that, and even Andy Roberts would have concurred this, Andy Roberts, that when Marshall came onto the West Indies team, more in a consistent way, that Andy Roberts was the one who said, give Malcolm the ball, he's faster than us at this stage. And that was Andy Roberts and Michael Holding.
Right.
So who makes the call?
Yeah.
And this is not about Archibald being quicker. He's quicker than them. But somehow he has a greater variety. And there is always an opportunity for wicket taking. And you see him playing that role. In fact, Cornwall being brought into the attack with a relatively new ball. Not that I'm saying we know the quality of Cornwall, but I think that on merit, Colin Archibald.
Most definitely.
Being that strike bowler for the Leewards. The other two, they would take wickets, but they're stock bowlers.
Yeah. And what we've seen so far, I think if you went round the various franchises and asked them who they'd rather face, they'd much prefer to face, at this stage, Berridge and Louis than face an Archibald first up. So that in itself should tell Captain Hamilton, that he need, and not only the new ball, but as you were saying, how he uses him too.
Manage him.
You're looking for wickets in that first match in the first round. And he waited till, almost tea before he bowled him. And then
then gave him 12 overs almost on a trot with one break.
In the first innings, yeah. So, I don't know. I think a lot more planning and a lot more discussion needs to go into the Leeward Islands' effort this season thus far.
Well, you see in a bit more direction now. Django comes in to face Rakeem Cornwall. He has the what we have been calling for the forward silly mid-off, the silly mid-on, or the bat pad as you call it, the slip. There is a short backward of square in Sheena Berridge. Hayden Wall Jr. is at backward point. Kyron Powell is at cover. And there's a deep mid-off in Jeremiah Louis. And Casey Carty is at a short mid-wicket position. Kofi James is under the helmet at forward. Short leg, Munson Hodge at silly mid-off. And Cornwall comes into Django and he plays it on the bounce to Kofi James. They would love to have Django, but they need Bravo.
Yes, Bravo's the key, for sure.
They need Bravo. Cornwall has been economical, but needs to take a wicket.
Bowling Jim.
Should have had one this morning. Well, I keep saying this morning. Terry, the first time we had day-night, that first day-night first-class game here.
Even more, huh?
That was confusing. I think it was the first of the pink ball that we had. I think it was the Leewards against the Windwards a few years ago. And we keep saying this morning, and we keep saying we're going into lunch, and it was just so confusing. Here is Django defending this, and
because they don't even call it lunch, do they? They call it dinner and then tea.
But when something is ingrained
Yeah, exactly.
in the psyche,
Exactly,
it's
yeah.
difficult to get out. Coming forward on this occasion, Django to Cornwall. No run, another maiden over for Raheem Cornwall. Colin Archibald is going to continue, no doubt. And Darren Bravo. He will believe he has all the time in the world to get to the 100. He also believed that as the
Got all
captain,
day, yeah.
he must be the rock of the team.
But talking about those pink ball matches, when pink ball tests first came in, Cricket West Indies made this the 4-day championship, and they used some of the matches to get
Yes,
used to the
the
pink
test,
ball.
that's right.
But
In fact, the first one was here. The first
Right,
class
right.
pink ball match was right here.
But we don't do that anymore. That stopped after that first season, basically. And I presume that comes back again.
That's a
to
good idea.
finances.
Because
Well,
you
it
find
is.
yourself in Australia
Yeah.
with a pink ball test.
And they play millions of them.
That's
like, they played enough test matches of them, but I mean,
That's a good observation,
practice
Terry.
matches.
Perhaps
yeah.
they need to hire you as a
We don't-
consultant to think. I would second it. I would be the
I
agent.
wish the world would think. Thanks, Seth.
Yes, if it has become a staple, why eliminate it? We started the process.
It started, yeah,
Keep
and then
going.
it just faded away. But it probably comes back to financial because you need to use the lights at the grounds.
So let's speak about finance, because I was speaking earlier about, let's say, a Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados versus the Leewards. Colin Archibald, full pitch delivery. Oh,
Well done.
brilliant feeling on the part of Hayden Walsh Jr. Darren Bravo drove that one to the right of the man Walsh, and he dived and stopped. Had it passed him, it may have traveled to the boundary. That is needed. So you live in Barbados, you live in Bridgetown, you live in Oistins, you get to the field quickly. You may be as far as St. Lucie or one of the other parishes. It's all within a certain parameter or certain radius. Good delivery, full toss, hits the stumps, and Bravo will get a single. The stumps, not Bravo's stump, but the stump at the non-striker's end. So don't lose your
Yeah,
heart
don't-
if you're in TNT.
Don't give our good friends in Trinidad and Tobago a heart attack.
Bravo
Seth.
is 84. So you travel. Someone can say, well, it's raining here, so we're not practicing. In the Leewards, you have to catch a flight.
Yes, yeah.
So the dynamics changes, and we are speaking about funding, financing. You're speaking about the viability of a Leewards tournament. You're speaking about sub-regional teams unable to commit. Good delivery. That one was rising a bit.
And with-
Well played by Django, shoulder arm on that occasion.
And with the renovations at Coolidge, I believe it's going to happen. But why not have it here too at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium?
Why not have-
indoor
Oh, the indoor
facilities.
facility.
So when it does rain, players have still got the opportunity to practice.
Yeah, well, right, that's available here. As you mentioned, with the upgrade at Coolidge, that will be the case. Antigua, I think, poised for many things. The Antigua Recreation Ground lies there. I have given my opinion. It's a place that needs to be reclaimed fully in terms of the cricketing arena. Think too much of history. Brian Lara's 375 and 400. Viv Richards' fastest 100. It's a heritage site. In fact, I would say I was requested to send a proposal a few years ago, and I did. I can't remember how many years ago, regarding what should happen, and I think that should come into play. For instance, in this round, you could have all three matches here,
Right,
instead of
yeah.
being in Grenada. 3 international venues. You have supporting structure in Liberta Sports Club, which feeds, does quite a bit of, West Indies and international training as a center. Driven back past the bowler, lovely shot. He keeps the bat up, but does not realize that Kofi James will not allow it to go into the boundary. Django showing that he can play straight. And it was indeed a good shot, but didn't have enough legs. Ball having legs. Didn't have enough legs to get into the boundary. 193 for 5. Django is feeling good.
But important pieces of fielding. That chase by Coffee James has kept Django on strike. The stop at short extra cover earlier in the over by Hayden Walsh denied Bravo.
Good delivery. That's a good comeback. That one struck him in the midriff. I guess it may have gotten him in that sensitive area. Good comeback on the part of Archibald.
Excellent.
Really good bowling when you see that. Attacking the batsman's body. That beat him comprehensively and did inflict some discomfort. Perhaps he's still uncomfortable, and that's what I like to see from a bowler of this nature.
That's right. And he pulled his leg back nicely, kept his line after being driven straight back down the ground, and gave Django just something more to think about. But the longer that they can keep Bravo quiet, we saw it yesterday, before the rains came, he got himself into a bit of a roll, and the scoring accelerated. The type of player Bravo is. If you can keep him quiet for long periods, there's a chance that he'll make that
well,
mistake.
they have kept him quiet for a long period. 21 overs of the day's play so far.
And he
Darren
scored,
Bravo
about 10
has
or
only
something?
scored 13
right.
runs. In fact, 12 runs for the day. So they have done a good job. Perhaps that is why Hamilton has persisted with Cornwall, even though he has not gotten a wicket. What he has done, he has been able to stifle Darren Bravo, or starve him as much as possible, keep him in check.
And the close-in fielders have been doing their job too.
Yes. We have said they have had good outfielding, but it has been the poor catching. Sheena Berich has been the only defaulter
Been
in
down
terms
to
of the fielding. Oh, that one beat him, but it took the edge, went along the ground to first slip. Rakeem Cornwall did put down 2 catches at first slip, but Sheena Berich had dollies and then allowed 1 or 2 to go through him. Good delivery on the bounce there. Cornwall to Bravo. They have removed the forward short leg. They have gone for the silly point, a point that Sylvester Joseph was making earlier, because you had those opportunities, ball being just pushed there by Bravo. Cornwall to him, and that one he was able to glance down to the short five-leg position. They're coming back for the second. I don't think
should have been 2 there.
Should not have been. I don't think Terence Ward realized the urgency of the matter. Had it been a Hayden Walsh or Kofi James, that second run would not have been on, or they would have been in trouble. Bravo gets 2, moves to 86, and resumes the battle with himself and Rakeem Cornwall. Sorry.
No, I was going to say we were talking about finances, and so I was talking to Sylvester earlier today off air, and that is my problem.
Oh, that
Great
was
delivery
beaten.
again.
That was a special delivery from Rakeem Cornwall to end the over. It spun around Darren Bravo. Cornwall is getting something from this wicket, this docile pitch here. Just before you go to that discussion, 23 overs, not for 47. Now we look at that and say he hasn't gotten a wicket, but the quality of the bowling has been good. Perhaps Cornwall is asking himself, when last in his career that he has batted, he has bowled 23 overs and didn't get a wicket. So much credit must still be given for Darren Bravo. We speak about him not scoring, but thinking about forget the chances. Had he been gone with some deliveries that were wicket taking, it would have been a different picture for the Red Force.
Definitely, and I think they're happy just to do their best to play him out, which is contributing to his figures, but he's still bowling exceptionally well. But we were talking about the DRS system, and I don't have a problem as per se with the DRS. I have like a few calls, like the umpire's call and things like that, I don't agree with. But the main thing I don't agree with is that the playing field is unlevel. For example, you've got Australia playing India at the moment, whether they were playing in Australia or as they are in India. They got the finances. They got the money. So you've got every gadget and gizmo and camera angle and everything covered. But then you go like West Indies and go and play in a country like Zimbabwe, who haven't got the finances. You can't use it. And that, to me, just upsets the playing field. How is that then a level playing field amongst
Well, that's a big point.
the 10 test playing nation?
Because even though we speak about minimum standards in terms of the application of DRS, there must be a standard
right.
once it is an ICC regulated game. And there ought to be no minimum. It has to be a set standard.
Right.
And
Or don't use it. You can't use it for one and not
full
use it
toss,
for another.
Django gets a chance to get bat onto that one, out to mid-wicket. Munson Hodge, only 2 runs. So that's the point. Now it comes down perhaps to the issue that there may be no big right holder in terms of the television
Right.
who may contribute or who may purchase that side of it. But even those minimum expenditure could be covered by not necessarily the Zimbabwe board, but as an ICC standard.
Yeah.
You know, we look, we're speaking, and we go across sport. We're not just trying to hit cricket. The issue of VAR and FIFA for World Cup qualifiers versus World Cup final matches.
Or even
You know,
if you look at the EPL, they don't say, oh, you know,
it's banned.
9's playing 10 or something, so we won't use it
That's
today.
right.
You know, it's
The standards are the standard.
Right, right.
And I think whereas you would go and look at your options, you should have the same opportunity as they are. You're using it, you're using the full thing.
Right, for everyone.
You're not pulling one or pulling the other. You may speak about costs, but those minimum costs ought to be covered. Archibald. Down the leg side. Flicked away by Django. Only a single. Archibald trying real hard here. I've gotten a few over-pitch deliveries.
Yeah, that was his first real wayward delivery, but only costing one. Django couldn't quite get it as square as he wanted to.
So we speak about his management after those 2 wickets that burst, and you realize that he's losing it. Then the captain should be thinking where, because he's definitely the better of the 3, the best of the 3 seamers. Well, yeah, we've gotten through with
Good
the
run.
quick run. Munson Hodge had to go back, not the sharpest of fielders.
I think they picked their fielder there. Huh?
Yes. So, good battle here. 199 for 5. If you've just joined us, play resumed 12:45 from an overnight position of 151 for 3. TNT Red Force, they have moved up to 199 for 5. Darren Bravo, who was overnight on 72, is on 87. Yannick Karaya scored 51. Karaya and Tion Webster went through Colin Archibald. Good bowling on his part. The former LBW. The latter caught behind. Driven by Django. Lovely shot. Kofi James chases. Will he pull it up? Wins the battle with the ball. Pulls it up nicely down the hill and sends the return in 3 runs to Django. And the 100, the 200 comes up for the TNT Red Force. Jamal Hamilton was appealing for.
He likes to stir him up, doesn't he?
202 of 74 overs. Good showing by the Red Force. But you have to give credit, though, to the Leewards for clawing back through Archibald. And not only that, for the containment in terms of Cornwall. Because at one stage yesterday, they were going at over 3.45, close to 3.5 per over. And now they're going just about at 2.75.
Yeah, I think starving
Build pressure.
Bravo, yeah, and build the pressure that Archibald has been able to extract. As at the moment, you'd have to say that it's a Leeward session. You know, 51 for 2 in the session so far. So you'd give that slightly to the Leeward Islands. But Hamilton is funny. I mean, Bravo got back in his crease. yesterday, really. But I suppose with the you're
likes
looking at the
fun.
feet, not on the over the line, but maybe not on the ground at the same time. Anything to stir them up a bit, keep
And
them
keep
concentrated.
the game exciting.
Yes, yeah.
Raheem Cornwall, they have reverted to the
Oh, ball and
forward short leg and the backward point. Now, fun. I remember a time my good friend, former West Indies pacer Kenny Benjamin, who is down in Zimbabwe with the team, I saw him running in a game without the ball in his hand.
Yes,
and
yeah, I
actually
remember
delivered.
that.
Oh, ball and
Django
that was
killing
in
this
England.
man. When he did that, then the bat actually played at the stroke, and then he did his hand. I would have to call him to find out exactly who was the batter, and it was West Indies against England. I went, beaten, edge taken, but along the ground. So Raheem Cornwall has been finding the edge, oftentimes along the ground.
On the
batters
bounce,
come
yeah.
to speak. Bravo is trying to instruct the left-handers because this is a Red Force team filled with left-handers, and they have been having struggles with Cornwall. But Bravo, who has done his best against him, giving useful advice as the captain and the leader.
It's an interesting makeup of the team, though, isn't it? Because as you said, full of left-handers and no out-and-out fast bowler. That's through injury, but still, the makeup of the 11 is rather interesting for
How has West Indies
Trinidad.
cricket has changed? Good delivery from Cornwall.
How it's changed, for sure.
Over completed, 202 for 5. Another maiden from Raheem Cornwall, none for 47 from his 24. Bravo on 87, and he has been there since almost the start because Bravo came in at number 3 yesterday
When they were
on the fall of
8 for
Keegan
2.
Simmons'
Yeah.
wicket. And he has been there, partnered nicely with Jason Mohammed for his 34 from 60, partnered with Yannick Karaya, his 52, and he is still there. He has batted, he has been at the crease for at least 71 overs of the innings because they did lose that wicket early off the bowling of Louis in the 4th over.
Archibald is going to continue. Set if he doesn't get a wicket in this over, I'd be giving him a rest.
Yes, I agree. He's the kind of bowler you want to give those nice little short bursts because he's giving you 100% and you have options. Bravo with Django, they're trying to tighten up things. They're trying to, reconfigure their approach to the innings. So Archibald, as we mentioned, is a strike bowler. Now he has changed. A smart move. He's coming from around the wicket. When I say smart move, it gives him option because he could get it jagged into the left-hander.
Yes,
and he could also get it coming across here.
I just don't feel West Indies bowlers these days use this traditional, if you'd like to use that word, way of bowling to a left-hander. Who've come in, he's coming around the wicket.
Well, it's the
because
lefty
he's a
to the lefty,
left-hander,
yes.
yeah, but in a normal situation, right-hander. But unfortunately, some weather looks like it might be blowing over again. Seth, as ground staff, covers in hand.
But the umpires are still out there. So the umpires would have to give instruction. I think it's light rain. They're getting in position. And
Hopefully.
I think once the play is on, no need to get it out. Good delivery from Archibald. Cramping Darren Bravo a bit. This has been a good, the umpires have called for the covers. So just to update you as the proceedings, we would have had pretty much for the day 25.1 overs for the day. Trinidad and Tobago using those 25, resuming overnight on 151 for 3. Darren Bravo, who would have piloted his team to a good position, is still there. Overnight, he was on 72, and he was batting in a good stand with Yannick Karai. Karai was on 32. They both added 101 for the 3rd wicket, Karai. He was the first to go for the day. LBW to Colin Archibald for 52. Darren Bravo remained and had a brief partnership with Tion Webster, but Webster was caught behind. Good catch by Jamal Hamilton off the bowling of Archibald. Archibald having a double strike, and since that dismissal, Terry, it has been Amit Django with Darren Bravo. Bravo only adding for the entire day 15 runs, whereas 25 overs have been bowled. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, adding 51 runs, losing 2 wickets in the 25 overs on day 2 after we would have lost the entire first session. Now we're having our third rain break. Pretty much an even Steven situation.
I believe so. With those 2 wickets from Colin Archibald, has certainly brought the Leeward Islands back into the match. They certainly didn't want Trinidad passing the 200 mark with just the 3 wickets down. So 202 for 5 and 2 for 51 in that curtailed session. I feel they might call a early tea just about now, but we won't know. That rain is coming down here, though, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The 2 for 51, you'd have to say Leeward's session. But Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be happy that their captain, Darren Bravo, is still out there on 87. And I think, as I said earlier, they'll be looking to get as close to or as past 300. It's up to the Leewards to keep the pressure on. I think Archibald's done his job, as we say. Give him a rest now. Rotate your bowlers. You've got options. And see if they can knock over the last 5 Red Force batsmen rather quickly. But the key to everything is certainly Darren Bravo.
Yes, so Darren Bravo, 87 from 201 deliveries, 9 fours, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 43.2. He would be happy with his returns. We said Yannick Karai, he's 52 from 124 deliveries, 5 fours, didn't really hit any 6. Tion Webster, he scored 6 from 8 deliveries, 1 4. And Amit Django, not out on 9 from 24 deliveries. TNT Red Force 202 for 7. For the Leewards, just to be quick in terms of Colin Archibald, who came back, 14.2 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 49. He has been bowling in tandem with Rakeem Cornwall during that period, 24 overs, 8 maidens, none for 47. And it has been a good balanced session. So until the umpire indicates when play will resume, whether they have an early tea or not, the good news is that the drizzle has subsided, but the covers are still on. So until then, we return you, and we will join you as soon as play is back on the way. Coming back out on the field after another break in play due to weather conditions here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium. TNT Red Force will resume on 202 for 5 from 75.2 overs. Colin Archibald was in the midst of his 15th over when we had the drizzle break, I would call it. It was not any threatening rain, but I think that the umpires and the groundsmen are being as cautious as they can, because it has been that cat and mouse situation on this, the second day, in which we have lost the entire morning session, a game that was restricted first to 72 overs and then 66. We are not quite sure, as we have lost, 10 minutes, if there would be any other adjustment. But Darren Bravo, the man who resumed last night on 72, is on 87 with Amit Django. Django coming in at number 7. The Red Force would have lost 2 wickets during the day's play, compiling an additional 51 runs from the overnight position of 151 for 3. The wicket taker for the day has been Colin Archibald, 2 for 49. He bowled rather well, coming in after a long period and then showing that he really wants it. And his 2 wickets, he now has 2 slips. I think I would want to continue Terry with the 3. But nevertheless, play has been resumed, and that's the bright spot. Bravo slashes this one, 4 runs. Will it be? Sheena Berry chases, but only for chasing's sake. And Darren Bravo has shown his first sign of real aggression, I think, for the morning. But it was a short one, a loosener from Colin Archibald, and Sheena Berich perhaps had given up on that early. It was indeed short and wide, and given the treatment it deserved, Sheena Berich.
Yeah, he was never going to put in the dive, was he?
No. Hayden Walsh did put in the dive early at the flash of it. Sheena Berich having the long chase, did not put it in, and Colin Archibald breaks. So I think it's a good time to get Sylvester Joseph back into the stream of things between all the rain and all the...
Be a good time to pick up a wicket.
Yes.
Just before tea.
Colin Archibald wants his 3rd. Must be saying to the captain, I wanted you. Darren Bravo, this strange approach at the start, having the front foot drawn. Good delivery. That's a Yorker length delivery right on middle stump. Darren Bravo judged it well.
Yeah, excellent comeback delivery there by Colin Archibald. But you noticed that, I noticed that too, that they put they're mostly left-handed batsmen. They all do it, not just Bravo. They follow Bravo. He puts his left foot right on his mark, on his guard, and then gets into stance. And they all seem to follow him. Might be revolutionizing cricket like Shiv Chanderpaul did with
less
the bail.
obvious than Chanderpaul, because Chanderpaul brings the entire
body
around at the point of delivery. But Bravo, not for all deliveries. For instance, when he faces the spinner, he's in his conventional straight-on position.
Right.
But I have been watching him for Archibald, that it's a sort of strange...
But Django does it, and Correa was doing it also.
Him.
Yeah.
So perhaps it's the Bravo school of thought.
Well...
That one flicked away, down to long leg, coming around, and a good strong return from Jeremiah Louis.
Good fielding.
Preventing a second and stopping what could have been a boundary. Bravo moves to 92. TNT Red Force, 207 for 5. Terry Sylvester will join you.
No problem, and he's looking to accelerate just before tea. Here is Bravo. We just get back into position here in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon again, Terry. You having a cup of
you.
tea? Yeah.
Yes.
You don't go nowhere, leave your tea, mate?
No, my coffee, no.
Yeah. What did I miss, Terry? Tell me.
Archibald brought Hurricanes back into the match with a double strike and brought the Leewards slightly ahead on the session so far, with Trinidad and Tobago adding some 56 runs for the loss of 2 as Cornwall's into Bravo, who just defends this into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run.
And another left-hander
Joins him, yes.
joins him.
Yeah.
The Red Force has a lot of left-handers in their lineup.
Cornwall again to Bravo and beats him. Another good delivery just outside off stump taken by Hamilton. So he's ridden his luck, but it's been a dogged, determined innings by Darren Bravo. Starting yesterday early, fall of a couple of quick wickets at the start of the Red Force innings. They were 8 for 2. Put on 70 odd with Jason Mohammed for the 3rd wicket. And then that 100-run partnership with Correa, who brought up his 5th first-class half-century. For Archibald finally got the breakthrough. And picking up Tion Webster rather cheaply also. So interestingly poised at the moment, the match, 208 for 5. With the time lost though, Sylvester, basically a lot will depend on first innings total. See who can drag the points out of a first innings win here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Cornwall's over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 208 for 5, with Darren Bravo on 93 and Amir Django on 9.
Yeah, and Amir Django would cherish this opportunity because, the Liberal Island franchise gave him an opportunity for the past 2 seasons, but he's no longer with them. He's with the Red Force. He had a good knock in the last game as well, a long knock. I think he got 80 yard. So we all know his capabilities. The Hurricanes players would definitely know his capabilities. So it's important that they continue to keep the pressure on. And the man of the moment, Colin Archibald, I know Seth really admires his bowling. He really believes in him, and he comes back and gives Seth more
opportunity
to dwell in it.
to big him out.
Yeah, that's not.
But he deserves it. I think.
That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, I think he's been the pick of the Leewards bowlers so far in the West Indies 4-day championship, both against the Jamaica Scorpions in the first round, and again here in this second round match against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as he's in again to Bravo, who defends stoutly up to Kieran Powell.
You think he would be on the Desmond Hayes team's radar? He got
I think he should.
last year, and he was selected in I think the 18.
18, yeah.
So he should be, and he's really strengthening his cause here.
Most definitely. In he comes again to Bravo. Bravo's pushing this towards backward point where Carty does the fielding and there's no run. So 2 slips, backward point. Shino Berridge all the way out there on the deep cover boundary.
Can you tell me what's the purpose of him?
I'm not quite sure. I
yesterday
think he's been
afternoon.
banished after he missed that dolly of a catch.
I mean, Casey Cardi was out there, but Casey Cardi must be saying, "Boy, what am I doing out here?"
Yeah.
So
I want to be part of the game.
Yeah, that man out there is not doing anything. He hasn't done anything for the day.
No, and the only ball that was driven out there was the first ball back after the latest rain break, and Shino Berridge was a pretty half-hearted attempt of running around to stop it anyway. That went for 4. good to have the sun back with us, and basically a clear blue sky at the moment, but we won't put any jinx on it though, Sylvester.
I can say that when the sun is out, it's out, isn't it?
Most definitely.
It's been hot, like.
Okay.
Yeah, but when the sun is out, it's a lovely day for cricket. But we have a lot of interruption because of I guess there is some sort of weather banner or something out there. You gotta call the meteorologist and see what's happening out on the eastern side of us.
Yeah, most definitely, because as we were saying before today's play got underway, last night it was almost like hurricane season arrived early. The wind picked up and
There's a bit of chill with
gusty. Very chilly overnight time. But all good now as Archibald runs away from us from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Bravo, just shoulders arms and lets that go through to complete the over. So at the end of the over, a maiden there by Colin Archibald. He's bowled 16 overs, 70 dot balls, 2 for 54 he's taken. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 208 for 5. Darren Bravo on 93. Been there for some 210 deliveries, and Amir Django on 9.
I don't know if you noticed, but the 12 men for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have to be fit. Darren Bravo definitely giving them a workout because he doesn't really bat in the helmet for the spinners. So every over when the pace comes back on, one of the 12 men has to come in and bring his helmet and take his hat. And I guess they take turn. One will bring his hat and one will take the helmet. I don't know. I've been watching
Team
it.
effort.
Yeah, I've been watching it since the start of play this afternoon. You know, and I was saying, wow, that's interesting. You know, I would never like to be certain players. I don't like to be 12 man for. I was 12 man a lot for Brian Lara, and I tell you, this man always wants something. No, rest. Is either Brian Lara wants something or the coach want to send some message out to him. You know, so you're just on the move. How is that?
Oh, that one kept a bit low by Cornwall, but Django just managed to jam down on time.
I think that was a length. That one was kind of foolish where he went back.
Yeah, Club should have been coming forward, taking a quick single shy at the stumps, but misses. Might have been a chance there by Kieran Powell at short extra cover. But he failed to throw down the stumps. So Django gets to 10, the score 209 for 5. Yes, that helmet business of changing it for the spinners and then putting it back on when the quicks come back on. I had a very interesting conversation during the Tri-Series prior to the Under-19s World Cup that we covered a couple of seasons ago. As Cornwall is into Darren Bravo's defending back up the pitch and there's no run. And our good friend Winston Benjamin and I were having a conversation about why do you think they do it, and Winston Benjamin says it's all Hollywood. That they see it done on television by their peers, and the kids do it, and then it just rolls on from there.
The first person I saw did it was Mahendra Singh Dhoni. He was the first I see change like every over. He doesn't really bat in the helmet for the spinners, but you know, I mean, you see, been implementing a few times now by different players, you know. But it's not often that one does it. So
using his feet as Django and slashes that just over short extra cover, pulls safely, and they take the single. So all of a sudden, Django looks like he wants to move things on.
well, I mean, somebody needs to. You just like these games are just everybody trying to find their feet, trying to cement their place in a team. You know, see, anybody coming and dominating. Like I want to go to the next level.
Right.
It's just everybody coming and doing the same thing, blocking and waiting on the bad balls. You don't see anybody really taking the mantle and pushing the game forward.
Does that come back to a confidence thing, though, Sylvester, that they're so preoccupied or determined to get the basics right that they don't express themselves, given the fact that they've got the opportunity with the test players out of the first couple of rounds of the competition to really force the issue, force their issue into representing West Indies?
I think that would be the case if it's just maybe the players on the verge are the younger players. But you see all batters, whether they are in the test team or not, whether they are regular in the test team or they are trying to get back their spot in the test team, all of them just out there, waiting on the bad balls. There's nothing expressing themselves in a positive way, taking control of the situation, and they're just batting at one pace.
Right.
You don't see no acceleration. Well, maybe two paces. One, either the normal or they even get slower.
Right,
right. They're not getting any faster. I mean, the longer you bat, especially like in Bravo's case, where he has faced all of the Leewards bowlers already.
Right,
So he should have a fair understanding of the pitch is playing. But we haven't seen any.
Change of bowler as Hayden Walsh Jr. comes into the attack to replace Colin Archibald, and he greets Django with a full toss that he dispatches through the short extra cover area down to the long off boundary for 4 runs. So Django has moved on to 15, the score 215 for 5.
I mean, so far, you see the scoring rate has been so slow. So even if you have 2 or 3 batters building a partnership, one gets out or 2 gets out, you get 2 or 3 quick wickets. It seems like the fielding team is just right in it because they're not scoring, so you're always in the game.
Right. Very true. Walsh Jr. and on the sweep is Django. He gets that very fine as it races towards the fine leg boundary. Good bit of footwork down there, it seems, though. Just before the rope by
Poor one in there by
Archibald.
Poor one in by Bravo. That should have been 3.
So they only get
that's
2.
what I was saying earlier in the morning when they ran a 3, when our career was on the going back to the danger end. But if it was Bravo, there would never be 3 because he's not going to take that or push himself to take that. And it wasn't even a chance, It's just the way that
where he goes about his business. Yeah.
He doesn't want to take any risk. And you see Django playing a few shots now and the field start to backing off. So you will get the easy singles and so forth. But when you have just there prodding, just waiting, the field is not opening up, the pressure is still on you, and you're just batting a lot of dot balls.
Right. There's plenty of gaps out there now for Walsh Jr. He's got a slip and a short leg, short extra cover. Man on the deep backward point boundary. Man on the long on and long off boundaries. Short mid wicket. And a man at deep backward square leg who comes off the boundary now to field that one as Bravo gets another single. Moves him to 94. Partnership is worth 30. Score 219 for 5. Brought a leg slip now in for Django as he's pulling that backward of square straight to the man for a single. And that completes the over. So that's Hayden Walsh Jr.'s first over for the day and only 3rd for the match, I believe. Yeah, 3rd for the match. 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. And at the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 220 for 5. Darren Bravo is on 95 and Amir Django is on 19.
Yeah, I mean, with the rain interruption over and over, when you get an opportunity, the pitch doesn't have any devil in it. The pitch seems like a good one to bat on, and the bowling is not all that penetrative. You have a few bowlers that, bowl consistently for maybe a few overs, but it's not really. You see the penetration from any bowler that having you in under any duress or any pressure, So is you have to fight so much to score, So in this game, I think that you have to have the target as a team and pushing on to achieve that objective.
Cornwall is cut away through the point region by Django. They think about the second, but decide against it on the arm of Hayden Walsh Jr. So one more to Django. He goes up to 21. 20, sorry, the score 221 for 5.
At least we see a little impetus here by Amir Django. You think it's because of his familiarity with the Leeward Island players?
True, it
He's been with
definitely
them,
helped.
He's been with them for what, 2 years, so
Yeah.
he faced a fair bit of Cornwall. Hayden Walsh was in and out, but especially Cornwall, he always he would be comfortable batting Raheem Cornwall.
This one's turned backward off square by Bravo for a single. So Bravo 96 4 away from a century, 222 for 5. Maybe Bravo's 9th first class century.
9.
If he gets there, I believe.
That's it.
Boy, halfway down the pitch, but is sent back by Bravo.
Long single.
Poor backing up there by Bravo.
Yeah,
I guess he's
could have been an
thinking,
easy single. No?
Yeah, he's thinking about his 900. I thought he had more centuries than that. Wow, that's surprising, to be honest.
Coming down to tell Django to
17 half centuries. I thought he had more centuries than that there, Terry. You came down to tell Django what? Settle down? That was an easy single.
That was a very easy single, a very long single, because it went very wide at Jeremiah Louis.
Maybe Django...
At mid-off, they could have almost run 1.5.
Maybe Django needed to go down and tell him to wake up. Settle down. You need to wake up.
Because Django basically ran the single by himself.
Yeah, that's the second one. I mean, they were supposed to run 3.
Yes.
I think the over before. So that is the second one for Django that he turned down. Come on. You need to get with the program.
Well, Hayden Walsh Jr. has had 1 over and been removed. And now we're going to have Coffee James for the second time today.
Maybe Hayden Walsh will be coming from the other end. It's a swap. Let me assume it's a swap.
Benefit of the doubt.
Don't tell me that over for Hayden Walsh was so poor that he...
No, he'd take him off straight away.
It was...
I'd be complaining if I was Hayden, if that was the case. But nevertheless, it's going to be Coffee James. He's going to be coming around the wicket to Darren Bravo. Slip and a short leg in place. Long off on the boundary. Mid on is up. And that one's cut towards Carty at backward point, who does the fielding, and there's no run. Bravo 4 away from a century. Hasn't been without luck this innings, but it's still been a very good knock by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain.
Stays long in the 90s. I never like to stay in the 90s. Out in the 90s a few times because I've been trying to get I like to bring up my centuries in style. Sometimes you try to go hit a 6 or 4. You want to get out of that. But he enjoys batting in the 90s.
Well, he must. I think he enjoys batting.
He's been there for a while, they tell you.
That one's short and
I like to be in and out of the 90s.
but then you didn't, want to kick yourself if you did get out.
Well, sometimes you stay in the 90s. Oh, man. But the 90s, man, you will be batting so good. Hitting and stroking the ball and hitting the ball so nicely. As soon as you reach in the 90s,
it all changes.
Everything changes, man. Especially sometimes you reach at 99. My God.
Right.
That single is like forever. So I try not to get there. I got out at 99 a few times too.
Right.
I guess that's a part of the game. But, Bravo is batting like he definitely is going to make sure that he gets to the three-figure mark.
Yes, he's back on strike now on 97, facing James. And that one he's punched through the cover region. And quickly this time, Berridge is off the rope. And that looks like T. So he's going to be in the 90s for a little longer. He's on 98 as the players leave the field for T on this second day of the West Indies 4-day championship match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And after winning the toss and opting to bat yesterday, resuming on 151 for 3 today, we lost the entire first session due to rain. We had a couple of interruptions in this post-lunch session, but we've finally got to tea. The Red Force at 225 for 5, with Bravo on 98, is it? Yeah, 98, and Django is on 21. So 225 for 5 as the players leave the field for tea. We'll take a break and we'll rejoin you with live ball-by-ball commentary in about 15 minutes.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff, so yeah. I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get a start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys, so.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys, but try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and that kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and the field, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. he does his thing easily in the background. So yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since on the 15th, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
Yes, so we are back this afternoon. TNT Red Force, 225 for 5 from 82 overs, and we are just going to start the post-tee session. Sylvester Joseph is alongside me, and Sylvester, during the pre-tee session, we would have had, 31 overs, because we lost the entire first session. So I didn't even want to say post-lunch, because immediately after when we should have resumed, then came the rain, and then play was started. They were able to do well, the bowlers getting 31.5 overs in that period. Trinidad and Tobago, though, moving on from an overnight position of 151 for 3 to 225 for 5. It simply means that they would have scored some 74 runs during that period, losing 2 wickets, important wickets, Karaya and also Tion Webster. But the main man who has been there, in fact, 3 wickets, yes, the main man who would have been there is Darren Bravo, who is not out on 98, and you can see how strong the wind is blowing here by the Antigua Barbuda flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the Leeward Islands Hurricane flag. The only missing flag is CWI's flag, Sylvester. So perhaps you should be calling CWI to add that burgundy.
Well, the pole is there.
Amongst the burgundy and the red.
The pole is there waiting for the flag. I don't know. Maybe the flag is in Coolidge.
Well, it can't be one flag. The home of Cricket West Indies is right here, and also the.
But that's the home of Cricket West Indies at Coolidge.
Right. But there are multiple venues, so
they need
that is
multiple
noticeable missing. In fact, in some corporations in which they are not multinational or they're in one state, you have several flags. So when I do marketing, I always ensure that the corporation has enough branding at whatever presence its engagement is involved in, and I think that would be a demerit point.
And
if I were the judge.
Oh my God!
But not being hard on them. Quite
After
a lot
all
of
that?
burgundy and red.
After all that, you're not being hard on them.
No, I'm just being normal because it was noticeable.
Okay, good man.
So the new ball has been taken here. And Richard Berridge, my goodness, I said Richard Berridge. Richard must be screaming. Richard, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. You've been a good servant of West Indies cricket from the operations level to all the levels that you have served. But I'm calling you Rich. I'm calling
Sheeno Berridge.
Sheeno Berridge, Richard. So perhaps, Richard, you can send me a note to let me know if there is a relation. So Sheeno Berridge will be taking new ball. Powell at first slip. Warren at second. Munson Hodge at third. Hamilton is behind the stumps. There is a backward point in Hayden Walsh Jr. Casey Carty is at cover. Colin Archibald, my favorite of the fast bowlers, stands at deep mid-off. At mid-on, there is also mid-on, fine leg, and a forward square on the boundary. Berridge comes in. Oh, Darren Bravo is in trouble here. Loud appeal going across, taking it, but not out, says the umpire. Your thoughts, Sylvester Joseph?
Yeah, a good call there by the umpire. I see the reaction of the batter. Yeah, that one went past the bat before.
Yes, the bat may have hit the ground.
Yeah. And they can see the slip card, and they just were hoping. They were any confident in their appeal. Well,
you say Bravo loves Sheeno. Likes to have a go at Sheeno. So he's on 98. Sheeno comes into Bravo. Bravo drives. This is the 100. Would it be? Gets one. He's coming back for the second. And even Hayden Walsh Jr. Very slow towards it. Darren Bravo brings up the 100 here. He gets 100. The 400 of this, the 2023 installment of the Regional 4-Day Championship. He waves the bat. He is delighted, Sylvester Joseph, and the entire TNT and the TNT Red Force team. They would be delighted. Pretty much a captain's knock so far.
Yes, indeed, and he should be pleased with his knock. I mean, he held up the innings, especially when they got off to that start with losing 2 early wickets.
Berich once again,
Bowler.
he bowled him immediately, played on. Got one going outside the off stump, was going to pull away from it. It rushed onto him, and off came the leg bail immediately after scoring 100. Darren Bravo goes, bowled by Sheena Berich for 100, an even 100. He's disappointed. You know he wanted it. He batted for it. He has gotten it, but then to be out, he does not want to walk. Trinidad and Tobago down by 6 wickets.
Yeah, and I think the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are back in the ascendancy with taking especially the wicket of Darren Bravo, who is a bit disappointed, but I mean, the way that he played and held the innings together as a captain, and after the 2 early wickets, and he built a few partnerships in between, albeit I think that he should have, been a little more positive in his stroke play, but I think he played a very good hand also to keep the Red Force batting order together, and hopefully that they can push on the lower half, should push on and give them a reasonable total, because 226 from 82 overs and what we've seen with the pitch so far, I don't think that that is a good reflection of the pitch. Even the bowling of the Leeward Islands, they have dropped a few catches as well, but it's all left to be seen, because now, even though the Leeward Islands players, they are flat, for most of the day, they're still in with a shout that they can capture first innings points.
Certainly they're in with a shout, and Bravo really was unhappy about having to depart, but he has batted well, soldiered on well for his team. He has led from in front, showed huge responsibility, and he would have celebrated what would have been a good 100 on the tough conditions, between rain, between shine, between pitch issues, and it was him batting for almost 80 overs during a period in which he would have seen several players, 5 players, going before him. And I think we ought to compliment him, because it was really a good innings. Disappointing with the fact that he fell immediately after scoring his 100, his 13th first-class 100, and in comes Imran Khan. Khan drives a flowing drive to get off the mark. It will be 4 with the flow of the new ball. No, Casey Carty pulls it back just inside the ropes, and Khan comes back for his 3rd run. This is another big servant of regional cricket, one of the bullies who has not gotten his chance at the highest level. I remember a guy, I don't know if you remember Winston Reed from Barbados, the left-arm orthodox spinner, always on top, getting lots of wickets, never.
And Marshall as well. They had Marshall there from the
That's right, Roy Marshall,
Roy Marshall, yeah.
from the Windwards, another left-armer, and both could hold their own with the bat.
Yeah, but back then you have
That's right.
Yeah,
and
so much
West
good
Indies
players.
team was still doing well, competing on top. So in those days you could understand it, but in these days,
some people said maybe come the wrong time, innit?
well, that's what we usually
But
say.
that was a very poor delivery with the new ball there from Sheena Berich first up, a half volley.
After getting a wicket.
Yeah.
Comes into Django. Django plays this one in the air. Berich takes it, but it came perhaps off the pad. And a little bit of excitement. Django indicating to Harrigan, to Hamilton, that, it didn't play. Let's see what happened. Yes, came off the thigh pad. Was trying to work it down the leg side. Sheena Berich took it one-handed. But any bowler would appeal
Of
for
course.
that.
Anyone would appeal for that.
Excitement.
But I think it's a good time now for the Leeward Islands to make further inroads into the batting order, with the new ball just taken and the main batter in the captain who just scored 100 got out. The 3rd delivery.
Berich over the wicket. This one angled into Jagdeo. Berich looks as though he has a measure of urgency. With the new ball, a successful over from Sheena Berich, taking the prize scalp of the Trinidad and Tobago captain Darren Bravo 400, and he will be happy with his returns.
Yeah, definitely. After dropping him yesterday,
Yes.
you know, and
You're not forgetting that, Sylvester
no,
Joseph.
and the way that Bravo take a toll on him after that, you know, to get him out now, you know, in the way that he did, you know, he must be really pleased, and hopefully that will raise his spirit so that he can come back and get a few more wickets. So with a new ball, with good energy, you know, being positive and confident, you know, hitting these areas. Because normally Sheena Berry hits some very good areas. You know, he may down with his pace a bit, but I think that with these two players, his line, his length with the new ball should be, you know, really effective. But in terms of the field, I don't, I'm not understand why they don't have a gully. You know, this is
A new ball.
a new ball, and they have 3 slips. So you can use 2 slips on the gully. We haven't seen any ball really went to third slip per se. He went to gully to point. You know, so maybe you can use. I would use maybe one and one and two.
Darren Bravo, his 100 came off 229 deliveries, 10 fours and 2 sixes, and he really batted in the context of this game. You'd say almost for an entire day. Though we lost both opening sessions on each day. Warm-up delivery, slow one from medium pace delivery from Jeremiah Louis.
This man should has a shot like with a new ball, second new ball, and you're pretty fresh. Well, you 17 overs, pretty fresh. You have a shot leg and attack these low half.
Situational leadership.
You want to get you out.
You can't be setting the field as though Bravo is still there on 90-something.
Yes.
These are 2 new batters, relatively new. Django is on 21, yes, Can. The new man. Good delivery, Can comes forward. Plays the ball well. So Jeremiah Louis.
I know you would prefer Archibald with a new ball.
Yes, but Archibald would have had quite a lengthy spell in which he broke the back of the middle order, got those 2 wickets. So I would understand him not having the new ball now in the context of the game, but I think first up, he should really always have the new ball. Oh, that's a loosener. Whipped off the pads by Can, and Can must be happy with these loose bowling with the new ball down to the boundary. A bit of back heel on the part of Casey Carty. Do you think he plays a lot of football?
No, he doesn't look like.
Yes, it looks like a little awkward, awkward back
Oh,
heel.
that's what you want me to say, but
no, I didn't want you to say that. I just asked you a question.
Yeah, he doesn't look like one of those fluent footballers.
You know, the guys in Trinidad and Tobago, they have produced a lot of footballers. Yeah. So when you hear about the Red Force, you were speaking about the Strike Force. Guys with the touch of Russell Latapie,
yeah,
Dwight York and Clayton Morris and Michael Maurice and all the force of those guys, they would look for something more clinical. Here is Jeremiah Louis being driven down the ground, but does not get past the big guy, Colin Archibald. Sylvester Joseph plays football. Thought he could have made the national team. I did. Opted for cricket.
I did.
The senior team?
No, I played
the youth team.
The first time I ever played for national team was on the 16 for Antigua.
Right. So you're in the vein of the Richie Richardson and the Viv Richards, the guys who would have played sport at different sport at the national level.
I don't know if I'm in the vein, but I know that
yes,
we went to a tournament in just called it Guadeloupe. We went to a tournament in Guadeloupe. Colin James was the manager.
Okay.
Emma.
So I would tell you that Viv Richards would have played
won,
World
but
Cup.
we won our tournament.
Okay, good. So Viv Richards would have played World Cup qualifiers for Antigua Barbuda.
Yeah.
And alongside his brother Mervyn. And I would tell you his son Mally Richards would have played tennis, cricket, also for Antigua Barbuda. Here is Jeremiah Louis, driven by Django, no run. And so you have dual sportsmen. So Sylvester Joseph has joined the ranks. 2 wickets for Berridge, 2 for Louis, and 2 for Archibald. Only the seamers taking wickets for the Leewards. Isn't that strange? Terry?
Well, that's a good thing. They have fast bowling
That's a good
points.
thing, yes.
So, hey,
What's a strange development that
Yeah.
has not happened. When last we need to do some research to scroll back to see when. I mean, that was the case when you were playing, because we always had a battery of 4 fast bowlers.
yeah, but we normally have a spinner or two.
Yes,
two
yes, you
between
had the
them,
Warrington
those-
Phillips,
and
you
them
had
guys,
the
yeah.
before
Anthony,
you the
Anthony Lake.
Anthony Lake,
Yeah, them guys.
precisely. Yes, you did have that, but it wouldn't be strange for 6 wickets to have fallen and the seamers would have won, or the fast bowlers would have done that. But in this Leewards game, if you hear 7 wicket fall, you say, how many did Cornwall take? So it has been an overburden on the big man, but he has stood up to the charge. Here is Berich. Good delivery, and he got that one to swing away from
Away.
Imran Khan. 3 slips awaiting. Still no gully to Sylvester Joseph's liking, but there is a fine leg on the boundary. There is that's the only boundary fielder. There is a backward pointed Hayden Walsh Jr. covering Carty. Louis is at mid-off.
I mean, Imran Khan,
Archibald at mid-on.
Imran Khan can be dangerous, so you got to try and get
Yes.
him out as quickly as possible.
Hits the ball well. Defends well. Has on the number 10 shirt as though this is football. So, Trinidad and Tobago also had a guy by the name of Leonson Lewis. Very good striker. Also played in, I think, in the Scottish League. And you go down and down, but they have somewhat lost their way in terms of that international spark.
Yeah, they were a team to be reckoned with when I was growing up. When you hear about Trinidad, they
Real quality
Yeah.
play. Guys with good touch. Good delivery down the leg side. Jan plays inside the line. Also, Alvin Cornel, I don't know if you know him. He was one of the guys in Trinidad and Tobago, would have played for Trinidad. I think scored a double century. I wasn't around those times, but he tells the story. And he also played football, I think, for Trinidad and Tobago. His son is a coach, or was the coach of the national team as well. So quite a lot of guys with dual responsibility, dual roles. I am not quite sure. I know Dwight's brother Clint would have played cricket for Trinidad and Tobago, but whether he would have played any football even for Tobago, I don't know. But a land of a lot of sporting talent. Tony Gray, my big friend. I think he used to goalkeep, did he? Or am I spreading propaganda? If you're hearing me, Tony Gray, you can just WhatsApp me at 7794290 with the 268 area code and say, no set, don't say that. But you had multiple sportsmen.
You have a few.
From
You have
these
a few.
islands.
You have a few Chinese here as a technician, so maybe they can give you, if they know. Let them know that you.
I did say he did it for the national team. I said he did it, so maybe he did it in the backyard. Or he did it for school. He's a wonderful character, Tony Gray.
Yeah, I met
Former
him.
West Indies player. I had the opportunity of being on a team with himself. And my good friend Fazia Mohammed, I haven't heard him on broadcast in a while, a very honest soul, a servant of West Indies cricket. He also played youth cricket, I thought, for TNT. So a lot of people playing dual role in regional sports. So good evening to those viewing from Trinidad and Tobago. Driven, thought for one, that one was held back and would have gone through him and Khan. But he has played it well.
Go, boy, just go, boy, get it.
Imran Khan has a way, plays the ball really late. So he plays with a lot of timing. He has a lot of time as well, so he's stubborn.
Yes, very
Character.
stubborn guy. and he plays team cricket.
Yeah, yeah.
So he would do what the team requires, what the captain requires.
I think he was the
in a vein
captain
of,
last year in some.
well, he
some
has led
part. Yeah,
before.
He led, yeah.
But in a vein of a sort of Raheem Cornwall team man who oftentimes you say should be batting higher, but he does what the team wants. You shouldn't be bowling so long, or that's what the captain wants. Those sort of players would sacrifice themselves often. So Imran Khan, in that vein, has also played in the CPL and also a good List A cricketer.
And I think each team need a
That
player
sort
or
of
two.
player.
Yeah,
Committed,
to the
die hard,
team, yeah.
full team, man. Imran Khan has been around for quite some time. Here is Louis. Driven, lovely shot, diving save, knocked down by Hayden Wall Jr. 2 runs. Casey Carty recovers the ball from the cover boundary. So Jeremiah Lewis from St. Kitts. His brother is also part of this setup.
Yeah, he's
One of your opening potential openers, taller in stature. Is he?
yeah.
And distinctively so. St. Kitts, the land from where Kim Collins, the renowned international sprinter, hails. But they have not yet had a test player apart from Joey Benjamin, who appeared in a few matches for England, but not one playing for the West Indies at that level. You remember some of those who may have had long legacies. Noel Gishard, the outstanding spinning all-rounder. Luther Kelly, the dashing right-handed batsman. And also my good pal Victor Eddy.
They have
would
a
have had some
they have a young
strings in.
they have a young lady that went to the World Cup there with from St. Kitts.
Well, that's right. So a young lady leading the way. And but in terms of the men's cricket is where I am directing this from. But a country that has grown leaps and bounds in terms of cricket. Coming forward on this occasion, Jagdeo looked as though he wanted to pull. Was shaping to pull, but in the end,
It
now
seems
he's,
like he missed out.
he's doing it after.
You think that he missed out?
The reflection.
Yeah.
When you used to play against a team, with a team, you want to, beyond playing for your team, you also want to settle some personal scores. So Jagdeo must be saying, I'll show you guys what I'm worth. Driven in the air, lofted, the fielder running back, Colin Archibald, cannot get onto it. He has shown some urgency in getting his score going. Trinidad and Tobago. Some of the old broadcasters, Selville Melville, our good friend Tony Harford, passed sometime last year. It's been pretty much a good source from which even CWI would have benefited. Outstanding broadcaster, television, sport. Had a nice sport program they called Sports Sunday. He was also the organizer of the Caribbean Windball Championship. He was a pilot by profession. This one goes across him and goes back to be taken by Hamilton. So we will do a collection one of these days, Sylvester Joseph, on the sportsmen across the Caribbean who have played dual sports at the national level, whether it's a group or not. And we will go to cricket and we'll find some of the female cricketers who have played cricket and football. And we know of how many would have done various things, broadcast and still play. Speaking about Jerry Gomez, the Jerry Gomez Media Center, which is at the back of the Queen's Park. Not at the back, but on the northern end. Good delivery from Louis. Jagdeo jams down on it. And that's the over, called by umpire Graves. The big 100 by Darren Bravo defines the course of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force score of 236 for 6, because it was indeed a patient knock. And Django, Karai, and Jason Mohammed would have made significant contribution to that score. The other players just a few little drop in the bucket. But those drops are important because the rain drops here would have been definitive in this game. 2 full sessions have been lost, Terry. And those 2 sessions mean that it could well be a one-day affair, not a one-day, sorry, a one-inning innings decider. Good delivery from Berridge. Imran Khan steps across and plays the ball. So Can, he would love to go up with his leg spinners. So who will open the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, I'm not sure. It doesn't
Well,
seem
Brian Charles is still to come. They also have
Brian Charles off spinner.
They also have Carrie Peer, who has been around for a while. So
You have
Sheila
Terrence
Berridge.
Hines. Terrence Hines, what you
Driven in the air over the covers, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Imran Khan on the loose here.
A beautiful shot. He has so much time. He has so much time.
Never looks ruffled at all.
No, his personality. You can see some people exhibiting their personality
Yes.
in their play. You know, he just
Very
cool,
nice,
calm.
fluid personality.
Very experienced. You know, he has been around for a number of years on the first class level. You know, so he's 303,000.
First class ones. Oh, missed out on that one down the leg side. Almost took an edge. And a good diving save by Jamal Hamilton.
Hamilton has kept well
Yes.
2 games. I mean,
Usually a top class wicket keeper.
the surprising thing is probably if you have any injury, you need to go to the physio for the Leeward Islands, because after what we seen, what happened with Jamal Hamilton, the way that he reacted when he was batting, like he can't walk.
Against the Jamaica Scorpions. Here is Can looking so composed. Out towards Kofi James at
And
cover,
from-
and there is no run. Yes,
and
that
from the
was a
other day-
huge recovery.
Yeah, we haven't
Just a
seen
week
any
ago.
sign. Yeah, we haven't
Yep.
seen any signs like, you know, it's bothering him. So, kudos to the physio or whoever does that kind of work with the Leeward Islands team.
That has now become a staple. Here is Can steering this one nicely down to third man. 4 runs, another 4 for Imran Khan. 3 fours in a knock of 13 so far, 240 for 6. They're really accelerating now.
Yeah, well, these two are, you know, looking positive. I think the pitches are such that you can be. But I don't like that big gap. I don't like that big gap they set, that 3 slips and deep
And
cover.
now they are bringing in the gully. And Casey Carty.
I feel more comfortable with that sort of feel. That 3 sips with that big area, especially when Khan has so much time. You know, he just watches that one and just plays it to gully and for 4.
Good delivery, driven back past the bowler, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. They were looking for the second, but Django says no. Khan obliges, stays where he should. You see Khan rising into double figures. Django also on 25. Good scores, good partnerships. The question is for TNT, where would they be at the end of the day? They would like to be, if we are looking at another 28 overs, if it's possible, and they're still there, they could be mounting up to 300. If the Leewards strike 2 blows quickly, I guarantee they would be dismissed below 300. Not to discount Carrie Peer and Brian Charles and the other batters. But I think it's just a matter of getting this pair, which one would consider the last recognized pair, giving the credit to Imran Khan as an all-rounder, good delivery. But Khan was not ruffled by it, just allowed it to go through. Imran Khan scored 3,492 runs, 14 half centuries, and 1 century at the first class level. Relatively good stuff. Taken 437 wickets at 22.9.
Look at
This
that.
time he gets another 4. The same gap that Sylvester Joseph was referencing. The ball was just steered between where a fourth slip or a gully fielder would have been, and it went catching height out towards the boundary for 4. You spoke about that. No one is listening.
Probably that would have gone straight to gully. I mean, with a new ball, why do you need a short, a mid wicket?
Well, I don't understand. I think the captain may be looking on the scoreboard, but he's not looking on the scoreboard in the context of the number of wickets lost and the fact that, you know,
It's
they
a second
have gotten
new ball
a couple
too.
of wickets.
And
That's
a
the
second new
point.
ball, yeah.
So he's looking to be defensive rather than be creative with the new ball, and I think that's the context. Imran Khan is happy because he can move on unharmed. Louis, good delivery. Khan has the presence of mind to leave it alone, and no bother at all on his part.
I would love to see how you can accumulate batting points and bowling points. I have to check it out.
Well, I did ask in the request from Philip Spooner, said that he would have sent it. We haven't had it as yet, but it is not as straightforward as before. Points are points, and
No, I want to
because
know
it says
in
it
terms.
is equated statistically.
Oh, because I
Right.
want to know in terms like if you have to bat like 100 overs.
Those
like
are the things we are
300.
not sure, because as we say, we awaited that, requested that. So let's hope that we would have it. But TNT, the little points you would get from these, in my view, are less important than an outright win. You're playing for points, yes. But you
Yeah,
want to
you
press
know.
on and.
You can accumulate a lot of points even though you don't win
What,
outright.
what I don't understand is the differential between winning first innings or getting first innings points and the outright win. There seems to be a significant one. But let's look at the context here. That one was flicked by Imran Khan down to fine leg, the fielder on the boundary. Sheena Berich would have done that. What happens now after this burst between Louis and Sheena Berich? Though Colin Archibald may have bowled 14 overs, I think, he may need to come back in this context to give a last burst to try and give the Leeward Islands that extra edge, because something is happening with the new ball, though they have not been able to maximize because of the field setting. Louis down the leg side, second no ball from Jeremiah Louis for the day, and he would not be happy with that. 250, 251 for 6.
Yeah, well, I think Colin Archibald has to come back. I mean, you have 6 wickets taken by the fast bowlers, you know, so maybe Jamal Hamilton should think about using his fast bowlers more sparingly, you know, maybe 2-3 overs.
That was our
And,
thought.
Yeah, but when you have them, he seems like he almost give them like 7-8 overs straight, and then they can't come back for a bit.
Wide ball. Hard to hear of that in first class cricket, so no ball on the wide. Is he tiring?
Maybe the umpire watch the tape. I think yesterday Louis bowled one to third slip.
That
and
was
he never
almost
did.
off pitch.
Yeah, and he never did call anything. So maybe he learned. Maybe he watched over the tape and realizes that he missed
So he
one.
doesn't want to err.
No,
So
he learned from his mistakes.
Well, that's good. We all are individual, not perfect. Good defense on the part of Django. And that's the over, as you'd have heard from the umpire. Django has batted well so far.
Yeah, and he shows good intent, looking to score. Even when Bravo was there, he was the basically the main scorer in the partnership.
Yes.
You know, he had a good, competent partner in Imran Khan, who's basically going like almost a run a ball.
Yes, and I think there's a clear plan in terms of the Red Force. You saw Bravo anchoring, and you when Karai came in, he gave the innings some impetus. batted well quicker. Now you're seeing when Django came in with Bravo, he also tried to speed up things, allowing Bravo to go at snail's pace to get his 100. Now that Bravo has departed, then you see Imran Khan stepping up things in terms of the scoring, while Django, on the other hand, has reverted to a more defensive ploy. Here is Imran Khan, a flowing drive, beating Kofi James to his right, and it will go into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. This man is on fire, and this man is looking classy.
Some real classy shots. He has so much time, so much ease. Look at that. The nice straight.
He actually walked into it.
Yeah.
Full flow, full use of the front foot, and just punched it to the right of the cover fielder. Can means business.
A top of the batsman
would be happy.
Happy with that shot.
Yes.
That's a real class act.
Depth of quality.
But then again, he can't believe.
Well, when you're speaking about a man with 14 50s and a century, he can bat. He's no slouch with the bat. He may come down at number 8, but given the responsibility, he has the quality to step up. I was watching a bit of Australia and India, and when R. Ashwin stepped in at number 3, they didn't say like me tail in that they would say night watchman. So someone said, no, you really can't describe the man like that, because this man has 5
Test centuries.
Test 100. Right? It's the first time he's batting in the top 5.
And this might be another one.
Precisely.
You
so
have to
he
be
can
careful.
bat as good as some of the top order, and in difficult situation, R. Ashwin and Jadeja can bail you out, and they're playing as spinners. Down the leg side, drifting away. It will be another 4, will it? No, a big chase by the fielder coming around on the fine leg boundary. Can get 2 more. The point is that you may be picked for a specialized reason, but your capacity, your ability at that level is noted, and when the time comes to produce, you got to produce. And that's why you have these as good players.
Yeah, I mean, and players like Ashwin always, come to the fore when especially India needs them.
And he has done so well against the West Indies. 4 of the centuries against the West Indies. Sheena Berich looking to appeal, but the ball was panked into the pad by Imran Khan. And Berich shows so much enthusiasm when he's bowling, but on the field, he is super lethargic. No disrespect. Let me not say this. The way in which he dropped those catches, and now he's running in, almost sprinting in as though he was Michael Holden in the heyday. Comes in now, enthusiasm wrapped on the pad. No challenge there. Terry Laraji is getting ready to come beside you, Sylvester. He has on a nice Conway Cricket Club jacket in these cool conditions, because the sun is no longer blazing down here.
Well, he took off the AC and in his jacket. I don't understand.
Well, they have been giving us some very cold conditions. I don't know who was setting the AC in these places. Sheena Berich comes into Imran Khan, and Khan works it down. It will be another 4. Will it be buys? I don't know. In fact, it's runs. So an earlier dive by the wicket keeper could have yielded a wicket. So Imran Khan continues his free-flowing scoring. He moves on to 29, eclipsing Amir Django, and he is really doing well for TNT Red Force. And the Leewards will be on the defensive after your comment, Sylvester. You'll be joined by Terry.
Yeah, that goes to show the nature of the pitch, how good the pitch is. I mean, the way Imran Khan is batting, with such flair, with ease, and some grace. It goes to show that they have a good batting pitch at the moment, and I just don't think that Bravo scored fast enough. Even though he got 100, but Imran Khan is showing us how good the pitch is for batting. Terry.
Most definitely Sylvester, and he's certainly dominating proceedings here. Dangerous little innings, good for Trinidad and Tobago, but dangerous for the Leeward Islands. As Louis is into jungle, he's forward in defense, knocking it up to mid-on, and there's no mid-off, sorry, and there's no run. Yeah, so good little cameo here by Imran Khan, 29 of 27. Some impetus into this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We come towards the end of this second day of this 4-day encounter, and that one's stroked through the point region for a single. Another one to jungle, moves him up to 26. And the score 263 for 6. They would have 300 at least on their minds, the Red Force, I'd say, Sylvester.
Yeah, they should. I mean, the way these two are going, and they're making it look easier than it may be.
Any of the other batsmen, yeah.
They're making it easy. And with the second new ball, they enjoy batting. You don't see it doing anything extravagant. Yeah, just coming on nicely. A bit of movements, but not too extravagant.
Louis again played to Kieran Powell at mid-off, and there's no run.
His brother is coming to give him some advice. Rakeem Cornwall has been off for a while. Seems like he's under the weather, has some an injury or something. We're not sure, but his brother is out there giving him a few advice. I'm wondering how they are trying to get a wicket here. You see the mid-wicket now, you see the extra cover, you see all sort of feeling, position, placement, and you're looking at it, you're wondering what's the plan of attack,
That's stroked high in the air, but quite safely for another 2 to Khan. So he keeps motoring along. He's on to 31. Score 265 for 6.
We don't have to ask the attack, the plan of attack from Mr. Khan.
Not at all.
He come in his pad, he's gonna whip you. If you come in the half valley area, he's gonna drive you. He's looking, and if you go a bit too wide, he will just steer you down to third man. So his plan of attack is quite clear.
Louis in again to Khan. This one is stroking nicely, but can't beat Carl Louis there at short extra cover. Yes, and he determined this season, as I was saying yesterday, that to do all he can with both bat and ball, use all his experience to help Trinidad and Tobago this season, maybe lift the title that's eluded them now for best part of 10 years, I believe.
Yeah, I think he understands he's coming to the end of his first class career.
Yeah, trying to whip that big appeal, but not out, says the umpire, to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 265 for 6.
That one must be close. That one probably struck him outside, but that one was coming back and he tried to whip it over mid-wicket.
Just looking at the replay now, maybe height.
Yeah, look, maybe a bit high. Yep, that one looks a bit high. Pitch has a bit of bounce there, Terry.
Does, yeah. If you hit the right areas, get something out of it. But it's played pretty true, even though we've had a lot of rain for the first 2 days.
Is it a plan? Is it a plan from the Red Force in terms of not playing any fast bowler, or maybe Terrence Hines? What he bowl fast? I'm not sure what he does.
I think he bowls medium.
Yeah, but is it a plan for the Red Force to have all spinners? Because they have a fair amount of spinners in this team, or just that they haven't had any real out-and-out fast bowler in Trinidad of a late. Or any fast bowlers, 'cause
May-
I mean,
Maybe, yeah, because I mean they got Seals and Gabriel, but of course Gabriel's on West Indies duty. Seals is out injured. Anderson Phillip is out injured, so maybe the backup to them aren't as strong, or maybe they read the conditions that they come in here to Sir Vivian Richards Stadium,
But
and
from what we
spinners been
but, yeah,
predominant.
But so what we've seen so far is all fast bowlers.
Fast bowlers, though, have taken the wickets in their innings. So it'll be interesting to see, and it'll be very interesting to see who they decide to open the bowling with. Anyway, all that is to come as Archibald comes in from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Django, who tries to cut that, but mistimes the delivery.
Seems like they forfeited all of their bowling
Points.
fast bowling points before the game even starts. Yeah, quite interesting, eh?
This game, with the time left, you'd think would come down to a one innings match, so they're going about their business very well, especially in this last session today, the second day. Put in a good score on the board in their first innings to try and achieve that of a first innings win.
So you got to be careful what you say. If there is no more interruption, you have two more days left, and remember we're in the West Indies.
True.
Anything
Could happen.
Anything can happen.
But Leeward Islands, though, would have to bat with a lot more intent and purpose
Well, they're not
than
trainers.
they did last.
Well, they're not trainers
last
that
week.
they're feeling with any more intent or purpose. So,
Or
it's
maybe
all
that's
easy.
why, though, Sylvester, they've been practicing batting so much that they forgot about their fielding drills.
You reckon?
I don't know, but once again, though, Hamilton doesn't want this to continue on much longer. You would have thought that he'd wrap it up, or really make inroads into this Red Force batting once they removed Darren Bravo. But not to be. Imran Khan has had other ideas. And this partnership is worth 30 odd at the moment.
I mean, they had the perfect scenario in terms of you're getting the main batter out on the third ball of the new ball.
Of the new ball, exactly, exactly.
We haven't seen any attacking.
I haven't seen
field.
anything since.
Yeah, we haven't seen you trying to get the batsman out in a particular way. You have 3 slips and no gully and no point and deep. You just
Deep backward point again.
That's the batters making a mistake.
Yeah, exactly, because there's
No,
plenty of
lovely
gaps there.
shot.
And that
Oh, look at
stroke
that. And he's
beautifully, and he poses for the camera. There's Imran Khan as he strokes that beautifully.
I think the open batter just survived. What a shot that was.
Shot of the day for sure.
He played one before, but this one
Was
I said,
even
look at that.
better.
And he didn't even move.
No,
What a shot.
strike the pose and held it. And that is off Colin Archibald, who's been the pick of the bowlers for me.
You think the Red Force flipped the batting order? It seems like the open batter is out there now.
True.
Django just opened sometimes in the T20 the Wonder version. So maybe
Archibald in again and again. Just steers this down to the third man area. Does Khan for another 2. So this partnership is really looking good for the Red Force as that over comes to an end. 272 for 6. Partnership's worth 45.
45 already.
Yeah.
And he's going better than
Imran
a run
Khan,
ball.
37 off 35. Mia Jangu 27.
And he hasn't played a shot in anger yet, Terry.
No, he's played some classy shots, steered the ball, put it wherever he feels like it, really. And has looked the part, as you say.
Man, he looks in good nick. He looks in good nick.
But no real pressure on these two, as Sylvester was saying, even with the second new ball and picking up a wicket. The big wicket of Darren Bravo. Just the second delivery of the second new ball, or third delivery of the second new ball. And since then, it's been all red force. As they build up a strong first innings total here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jeremiah Louis. Will be ball in from this, the commentary, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Django. He's got 3 slips. Man on the backward point boundary. He's in now, and that one's driven to the short extra cover in Carty, who juggles it but stops it, and there is no run. So Carty is at short extra cover, and then we've got a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
Django has slowed down a lot in terms of his aggressive nature.
Louis in again to Django. And this one he's pulling and pulling well. Fine, down the fine leg, into the boundary, 4 more. Yeah, but he's playing a good supporting role to Imran Khan. There's no need for both of them to go at it at the same time.
Maybe he spoke too soon.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe
But that was a poor ball by
leg side there.
Louis.
Cashed in.
Dragged it down by the leg side there.
But the intent, that's what we're saying. In the field, if you're ready and looking for it, you won't miss out too much times.
Louis in again and again down the leg side, but this time Django fails to make contact, goes through the Hamilton, and there's no run.
But if you have that intent of, when you're in the field, like each ball is coming to you, so you're always ready. You wouldn't be surprised. It's just like when you're batting now and you're looking to score. You have that positive mentality. You wouldn't miss out on much the bad deliveries. And Django, you can see that he still has the intent. But the bowlers, I guess, for the past few overs, bowling him in the right areas, so he didn't really get to score like how he wants.
Louis again, and this one a fuller pitch delivery. Django on the drive, but can't beat Berridge there at mid-off, and there's no run.
Louis, like he's tiring a bit. I think this is about his sixth. About his sixth.
At least his sixth over, I think. Yeah.
He's like he's tiring a bit. And Raheem Cornwall is off, so probably you might see some.
Louis in again, and that one is a no ball. So 1 more to the score. Moves up to 277 for 6, and this is quite a handy little partnership, which has now reached 50. So the 50 partnership comes up for the 7th wicket of just 56 deliveries.
Wow.
That's good going, Sylvester.
Definitely. It's been the most attractive partnership so far in terms of the pace and the shots that they're especially the shots that he's playing.
Louis in again to Django, and Django lets that one go through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yes, this is the 3rd decent partnership of the Red Force innings. Partnership for the 3rd wicket between Chaser Muhammad and Darren Bravo, realised 72 runs. There was a 100-run partnership between Darren Bravo.
See, the runs rate is creeping up.
Yeah,
It's keeper. It's been 2 point something
about
for the whole
2.5
innings,
most
but
of the day. Yeah.
These two now he's gone over 3.
And that one he's driving in the air straight to Berridge, and this
he caught that
one
one.
he holds on to.
Oh, welcome back, Barrett.
He'll be happy with that.
He's not even showing the elation. You know, when you drop a few and you catch one, you rejoice. You know, sometimes when we're playing golf and you have some nice little putts and you just keep on missing. You know, and then when you get one, yeah. But he's still disappointed. I mean, you have to take the good with the bad, innit?
Exactly.
You got to celebrate when
That's sport.
Yeah,
that's competitive sport.
But that's a good
good wicket to get.
Wicket to get,
good,
yeah.
Good partnership to break as Django is gone, caught by Berridge, bowled by Jeremiah Louis for 31. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are now 277 for 7.
Very good wicket here by Sheena Berry. Who was that? Jeremiah Louis. After a really long spell, you can see that he's tiring a bit, but he persisted with that good area, and he got the reward for hard work.
Yes.
Has 3 wicket now.
Yes. 22 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 48. Is Jeremiah Louis' figures. And this is the first innings, and looks like Terence Hines has come out to join Imran Khan. So Imran Khan will be looking for somebody to just stay with him with the form that he's in. Edge Trinidad and Tobago Red Force closer and closer to that 300 mark, which I'm sure they've got in mind at 277 for 7. Be a strong first innings total to work with. Leeward Islands still plenty of time left in the day's play because of time lost earlier today and yesterday, so we'll be going through to probably 6 o'clock, although it was called off yesterday for light about 5:45 or so. So we'll see how many we get in, but there's still plenty of overs left remaining in the day that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would be looking to commence their innings today. As Archibald continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end, he's round the wicket to Khan, who defends, and there's no run off the first delivery.
And Archibald continues to bowl at good area. You know, grouping. When you check his grouping, you know, you should be well pleased with the areas that he bowls on a consistent basis.
Yeah, he's always showing his consistency, and something then tends to happen with ball in hand. Stroke beautifully again through the cover region, but well fielded there by Casey Carty. There's no run. Boy, he looks in good nick though, doesn't he, Imran Khan?
He looks like he's batting on a different pitch.
Definitely. Everything's coming straight out of the middle.
Jesus. He has a good piece of bat there, willow in his hands.
He must.
Yeah, he's not even batting with a little anger. He just come and stroke it. You know, and the ball races away.
Archibald in again, that's a full toss. He doesn't quite get hold of that one. Just cuts down to backward point for a single. So Khan moves on to 38. 38 from 38 deliveries in the score. 278 for 7. Terence Hines on strike now to face his first ball. Change in the field.
I don't know why you need an extra cover for Terence Hines. Put in the gully, you know, and we attack this man.
Yeah, he's brought backward point up off the rope, and he's got 3 slips.
You have 3 slips on the gully. You don't need any extra cover for him. If he goes to extra cover, well, so be it.
Oh, and that ball Beats him outside the off stump.
You got to get like the hawk trying to attack.
Yeah, and at
You
least
know,
if you
get him
took
out.
if you took the short extra cover out, that's what you want him to be driving. If he gets
Yeah.
away with it, as you say, but at every chance, the slips and the gully come into play.
You know, you need a short leg too, and put two. You have to shake him up with a short one or two as well.
Hmm.
You know, these guys these days.
Yeah, they make it too easy, isn't it? Too
Yeah,
easy
man.
for a lower order batsman to settle, and then they wonder why. You know, all of a sudden they turn around, they've been there for an hour, they got 10, 20 on the board or something, and then you start to try and attack them. It's too late then.
Yeah.
But a big opportunity for them to attack Hines here. But still just the 3 slips and basically a ring field after that. As Mikhail Louis loses his hat from the wind that's blowing all the way out to the boundary. That one defended into the offside by Hines. No run. Good over there by Colin Archibald. At the end of the over, there'll be a drinks break.
Well deserved.
Well-deserved drinks break. And at the break, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 278 for 7. Hines is yet to score. And Imran Khan is on 38. And we'll take a couple of minutes break and then be back with more live action. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here for this second round clash between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as we move into the last hour, possibly hour and a half of play, depending on light today, 278 for 7, with Imran Khan on 38. Of the same number of deliveries, Terence Hines has just joined him at the crease. He's faced 3 deliveries. He's still on naught. And I'm joined by Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. And Sylvester, we want to see a bit more effort here of from the Hurricanes to pick up these last 3 wickets and then get stuck in with the bat tonight.
Yeah, most definitely. You want to see some urgency. Like you really want to get him out. Louis has been going for a while. You know, I think that last wicket where he got, give him a bit more energy,
Yes.
to carry on. And
As he starts again from the commentary box end, but pulls out of his run just in his delivery stride. So he will be continuing the attack from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Brilliant sunshine here at the moment. He'll be bowling to Imran Khan, who has looked very, very good. 3 slips weight as Khan pushes forward. Good fielding there by Casey Carty at backward point. Stops any chance of a run. So 278 for 7. Leeward Islands be ruin those missed opportunities. There's been 4 so far that they've put down. So they're still out in the field. But on the bonus side, though, Sylvester, they'll pick up a few bonus points. All the fast bowlers or the seamers have picked up the entire 7 wickets to fall so far. As Louis in again to Khan. This delivery is stroked beautifully by Khan. Backward of point, chases on by Carty. He won't get there though. The ball beats him into the rope. 4 more.
those shots are called the hamstring pullers. You believe
Tease
that
you.
you get the teasers. You believe you can catch it, but you can't. That's a superb timing.
Timing.
Excellent. This man is such
It's
class.
been this exquisite timing since he came to the crease.
I tell you, this all timing. This man doesn't play a shot in anger.
No.
But yet still the ball races to the boundary like, wow. I mean,
Like a shot
Yeah,
out
so
of a cannon.
this is why you're talking about balance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he has so much balance, and just allow him to just his
It
back
gives
to
him
flow
that
nicely.
Extra time.
Yeah.
So he moves on to 42 now. To 82 for 7 as Louis runs away from us again into Imran Khan. And this one, Khan just leaves a wide delivery. Pass by harmlessly through to Hamilton, and there is no run. Shadows lengthening across the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Few faithfuls in the crowd and a few more others there. Of course, a new restaurant is opened on the southern side of the ground.
You been there, Terry?
I haven't as yet, no.
I think I saw it, Boundary Edge or something like that.
Something like
saw
that.
some signs.
Signage they've got up.
I gotta test it out and see how the edge edgy. But I think the Leeward Island Hurricane bowlers, fast bowlers, it would be a feat to see if the fast bowlers can get 10 wickets in innings.
It would be.
Yeah, I don't think that happened for a while in the Caribbean with
Very
all
true.
all 10 wickets from fast bowlers.
Louis, this one dragged down the leg side, well taken by Jamal Hamilton as Imran Khan doesn't make contact. Yes, that would be a feat and would keep them in the competition too, regardless of the result, unless they get beaten outright, which they'd have to bat pretty badly twice for that to happen. 20 overs after this one, remaining in the day's play or scheduled for the day's play. providing the light holds, and it's quite nice and bright out there at the moment as Louis into Khan, and Khan strokes this down to the third man area and beat the deep backward point into the boundary for another 4. So score moves on to 286 for 7, and Imran Khan moves to 46 off 44 deliveries.
For the life of me, I don't understand how you have 11 big men out there and having that big gap to gully and point.
Mm-hmm.
And how many boundaries we have seen going through that area for the day?
Yes.
For the and we started this afternoon, and there is no adjustment, and they keep on allowing, and Imran Khan plays with so much time.
Exactly.
So he just plays it late and get his bat on it, and it's all 4.
Well, it was smart batting, wasn't it? Because it was 2 4s in the over. The first one, Carty at backward point was up inside the circle. And then as soon as the ball passed him and beat him to the rope, Hamilton moved him back to the rope, to deep backward point. And as you say, Imran Khan just simply opened the face of the bat. And he had acreage to maneuver that ball down to the third man boundary.
Man, come on.
Coffee James will take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he will be bowling to Terence Hines. Comes in now to Hines with a slip and a short leg, and Hines works that nicely past the diving Kieran Powell at short.
Why would you have a man at long
wickets.
on? Why would you have a man at long on when you want to bowl as much as possible to Hines?
Exactly.
Even if you get a boundary, you know?
But you want him
on
hitting.
strike.
Yeah.
You want him on the strike.
Yeah.
You can't give him that easy single to bring back Imran Khan and strike. So the thought process of, and I'm not only blaming the captain. Man, you have these guys are senior players, the bowler, everybody.
Yeah.
Collectively, they're outright poor in terms of field placement.
Yeah, most definitely. Absolutely correct, Sylvester. No pressure on the lower order batsman, who is still on naught. Easily off the strike, gives the strike back to Imran Khan, who replies in favour, gives the strike back to Hines. Knocking it up to a long on for a single, takes him to 47. Score 288 for 7.
Hines has to go over the top for me.
Yes.
When he goes over there, then I will push back. I want to get him out. My intention first is to get him out. You know, if he gets in, and I make the adjustment.
Yeah, and you say good luck to you. Yeah.
I give him easy single so he can come back in.
Driven firmly by Hines, they take off straight away for the single. Make it comfortably. Hines moves to 2. Score 289 for 7. Brings Imran Khan back on strike, who's on 47. 3 away from another half century, as he plays forward in defence to that ball from James to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 289 for 7, with Imran Khan on 47 and Terence Hines on 2.
I mean, Terence Hines is no slouch to the bat. You see, he has his first class 104 half centuries. So in order, you don't want him to get set in here. So you have to try and, do what you can do early before. If you give him single and he gets into a momentum, he's a dangerous customer. So you have to try and let him force the pace early. But they are allowing him to get a single at will. So.
Yes, and they didn't put any pressure on him also when he first came out. He was facing the seamers. However, Colin Archibald has now swapped ends. So he'll be taking up the attack from the commentary box, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground, replacing Jeremiah Louis. He'll be coming around the wicket to the right-handed Hines.
I still think 2 slips and a gully can work. We haven't seen any ball goes to third slip for the entirety of the innings so far. Maybe I may be proven wrong, but so far we have seen many of the deliveries and many of the runs coming through that point and gully area.
Yes. And with a vacant third man, it's very easy. Once you pass that third slip, three of them standing very close together again. Archibald runs away from us now into Hines, and this delivery, Hines is doing exactly what Sylvester and I were talking about, just guides it past the third slip and picks up a comfortable 2. So he moves to 4, 291 now for 7.
So Terry, you're really telling me that you have all these big experienced players out there and the ball keeps going to gully
And no one says boo.
it. You have two coaches out there, the assistant coach and the coach. And yeah, maybe we're seeing something that they're not seeing.
And that's a high lofted shot, just falls out of reach of Shino Berridge there at mid-off. But it's another single to Hines. He moves to 5, 292 for 7.
I don't mind that. Let him play that.
Yes.
You know, if he gets off, well, at least he's giving us an opportunity.
Exactly. He's much better in the field than being
you want him out.
long
This is
off.
first innings. You want to get him out. You're trying your very best, your endeavor best to get the team out. You know, so
Archibald in again to Imran Khan. He just guides that nicely backward of point for a comfortable single. Moves to 48. The score 293 for 7. So the third slip has moved slightly to a more gully position, but it's still narrow for me. Archibald in again to Hines. Hines is defending this one onto the onside, and there's no run. Seth Burton will be very happy that Shino Berridge held on to a catch.
did he see? Did Seth saw that catch?
Did you see it, Seth? He did, yeah.
You were wonderful.
That's why he's smiling ear to ear at the moment.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the batting goes deep.
Yes, and
Most
something.
Most of the lower half score at least have a century. Well, these two, innit?
That's something that Leeward Islands need to bear in mind as Archibald completes over from a new spell. And at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 293 for 7. Imran Khan is on 48 and Terence Hines is on 5.
I think the message came out. Maybe they're telling him now to put in either a third man or a gully or something. So we'll have to wait and see after 50 odd ones.
That's more than the horses bowl. That's the stables bowl.
That's awful. These are the things that you get frustrated about, you know.
True.
Simple things are giving away unnecessary ones, and then when you go into bat, you can't make them back.
Right.
Yeah, come on.
Coffee James to continue the attack from the Sandy Roberts end and strummed firmly but straight to mid-off by Imran Khan, and there's no run.
But seriously, Imran Khan looks like he's batting on a different pitch.
Yeah, he looking very good. James into him again, and that one's turned. It come off the pad. Looks like it come off the pad there. Yes, leg by signalled. So 294 now for 7. Yes, he's looked extremely good, in control since he's walked out to the middle. And that was at the fall of Darren Bravo's
Right back.
wicket, who made exactly 100.
And he's sending
And
back.
again, they're sending back the mid-off, so they got a long off and a mid-off who's 3/4 of the way to the boundary rope. So just the short leg and a slip for Hines, which is mandatory for every spinner, and that's short and pulled aerial, but over the head of the short fine leg fieldsman in Hayden Walsh Jr., and they're able to come back for the second. So Hines is accumulating a few runs now. He's moved on to 7. Score approaching 300, 296 for 7. James in again to Hines, and Hines is looking to turn quicker delivery. And then lets it go down the leg side, well taken by Hamilton again. Glove work has been impressive, as it always is. James again into Hines, and Hines is forward in defence, knocks that back to the bowler to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 296 for 7. Imran Khan is on 48, and Terence Hines is on 7.
Yeah, nice good partnership here, Blooming. You have to be mindful as the hurricane bowlers, getting the balls consistently in that a good area, so you can create something of an opportunity for to get them out. Very important that the lower half, that the hurricane bowlers get them out as quickly as possible.
Yes, most definitely. A partnership now worth 19 for the 8th wicket. Leewards just seemingly going back into that waiting for something to happen mode rather than trying to be proactive as they hunt these last 3 wickets. Colin Archibald will continue from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Imran Khan coming around the wicket. Imran Khan on 48. Archibald up to the wicket now, and Imran Khan's just knocking this very easily. Soft hands into the offside for a single, takes him on to 49. The score 297 for 7.
Good innings here by Imran Khan. Very, very good innings, I should say. When they lost the captain in Darren Bravo, you would have thought that the Leewards have had a great opportunity, but we have seen that, the lower half for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force putting up a good showing here, especially Imran Khan, who seems like he batting on a different pitch.
Definitely
He has
means
such class.
business.
Such class and ease.
Archibald into Hines, and Hines is lofting this high, wide, handsome, all the way over mid-wicket for 6. And this is the danger when you bat these lower order batsmen into some form. It can come back and bite you. He moves on to 13. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bring up their 300. They're 303 for 7.
But why he doesn't bowl from over the wicket?
Especially he's got the 2 slips in the gully in play. Well, now they're taking the gully out.
That's what I'm referring to, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
What area of attack you're looking?
Right.
How are you going to take wickets? What you're planning in taking a wicket? You bowl a leg stump half volley, and the guy plays a wonderful shot.
Mm-hmm.
For that delivery, you're changing the feel like it's a poor
It was
ball.
a chance.
It's a poor ball.
Yeah.
That's a better length.
Behind that Hines, and they scamper a quick single. Good run in there by Imran Khan to call Hines through. Hines goes to 14, 304 for 7. Brings Imran Khan back on strike on 49.
At first, Imran Khan was taking most of the strike in terms of any singles, that weren't any regular singer. Anytime he was close, he didn't really take it. But this time around, you can see as Hines gets in, they start to rotate the strike even more. Look at that.
Ooh, Archibald, and that took off. That's the first one we've seen for the match that took off from a good length as the umpire calls one for the over. Well played by Imran Khan, just dropped the hand, swayed out of the way.
This is what I'm
Good
talking
ball
about.
though, yeah, but you've only got the slip in the gully there, and
How
you're still coming round the wicket.
How we not bowling more those deliveries? This is the lower half.
Mm-hmm.
You got to bowl and get them out. You just bowling good length, half volley, hoping that the batters get out. You got to show that intensity that you want to get them out.
Archibald in again to Khan, and Khan turns this off his hip. They scramble a single, and that is Imran Khan's 50. Well played, 50 indeed.
Very well
Off
played.
just 53 deliveries. Includes 8 fours, so he moves on to 50 in the score, 305 for 7.
Very well played.
Yes, excellent knock there.
That's the second shot ball that we have seen for the innings so far. No aggression.
No aggression. Just,
the pitch,
as you say, waiting for them to make a mistake.
And I mean, the pitch, like he had some pace in it.
Mm-hmm.
If you run in
Yeah,
and
but
hit
that really took off that ball, yeah.
If you run in and hit the deck, it seems like you get some assistance, but we never know it because they're not even showing us a glimpse.
No. Archibald in again, this time the Hines who tries to hook that towards the deep backward square boundary, just gets a tickle on it, takes the single. Over is called. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 306 for 7. Imran Khan bringing up his 50 in that over. He is on 50. Terence Hines is on 15. And that was Imran Khan's 15th first class 50.
Terence Hines is on 15 from 18.
From 18, yeah. He's
It
doing his
seems like
job.
It seems like he's getting easier. Well, maybe that's a good sign for the batters from the Hurricanes.
True. That the pitch is getting easy, but it's application, isn't it, Sylvester?
It's application and intent. Because, the lower half, these guys are looking to score. And they are being successful in doing so. You have to look they have to look to score. You have to look to put pressure on the bowler.
Mm-hmm.
And allow the captain to think about his field placement. Put fielders on the boundaries to get more space that you can rotate the strike. And that's the difference you see so far from the lower half. We saw a bit of it from the Jamaica Scorpions as well. The lower half.
Yes. Hayden Walsh Jr. to take up the attack, and that's a poor ball down the leg side. Hines disappointed he missed out on that one. Real loosener by Walsh Jr. to start things off. He's replaced Coffee James from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Into Hines again. Hines covering up. Thinks about the single. It's not there. So just the slip and the short leg, which, as I say, mandatory for every spin bowler on this Hurricanes team, it seems. No, Hamilton is making a change now. He's taking out the short leg and putting him into a short fine leg position. Hayden Walsh, quicker delivery. Hines lets that go through, well taken again by Hamilton.
And this is the reason why you have your Hayden watching a team, the leg spinner, the wrist spinner, the lower half. It's your job to get the batters out. You know, it's your job. And
Full delivery, just turned into the onside by Hines, but no run. Smart work there by Hamilton to prevent any single. Yes, he's only into his 4th over as Hayden Walsh Jr. One maiden, no wicket for 13 so far. Used very sparingly, to say the least.
very.
Another full delivery played straight back to the bowler by Hines. He's got 4 men on the rope. Deep extra cover. A long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. And that one is short and turned backward a square by Hines just for the single. So he moves on to 16. And the score 307 for 7 at the end of that Hayden Walsh over. So there doesn't seem to be the urgency that we are hoping for from the Leeward Islands perspective.
Well, that has been the order of the game.
Yes,
So far.
yeah.
You know, you need some more intensity. You need to intensify the game a bit more, you know. Get it some purpose. Like we're playing for a victory. We want to win. We want first innings points. We don't want them to score over 300 runs. You know, you're not seeing that. You're not seeing that intensity. It's too much lackadaisical attitude.
Approach, yeah.
Waiting on things to happen.
Archibald started a new over, bowling to Hines, and Hines just lets that go outside the off stump, and there's no run. So persisting around the wicket is the left arm Colin Archibald with a slip and a gully in place. And he's got mid-off and mid-on 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Fine leg on the boundary and a deep point on the boundary. Wide by Archibald again, Hines just lets it go. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, will be quite happy with proceedings. They've got 300 on the board. Anything more they can get will be icing on the cake as far as they're concerned, and eat more time out of the game, especially if they're still there by stumps. It's not ideal for the Hurricanes as Archibald in again to Hines, and Hines plays this all along the carpet to the deep backward point fielder for a single. So he moves to 17, the score 308 for 7.
The partnership is blossoming into something.
Yeah, 31.
Yeah. And they're coming at a good pace. He's coming at a good pace, 17 from 27 and 50 from 53 balls.
Archibald in again to Khan, and Khan's clipping this nicely backward of square. They take one and be happy with it. Yes. So one more to Khan. He moves to 52. 51, sorry. 309 for 7.
The Louis brothers out there. But Mikael Louis, you know, comes on for Raheem Cornwall. He has good energy. He's getting to the balls. He's running cut the single. I think somebody else that might have been 2, but you know he's showing a bit of energy in the field.
Archibald into Hines, and Hines plays this nicely, just steering it backward of point for a comfortable single. So it's all a bit too easy here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Accumulating their runs at a good rate, as Sylvester was saying.
It seems like
no real pressure.
He's bowling a bit wide outside the arm stump to Hines especially. And the unnatural angle is going across the batter. You know, so why you don't bowl from over the wicket and take it across? You haven't bowled him in this inning so far, you haven't bowled him any balls from over the wicket, But I guess it's all left to be seen. What's the plan?
Archibald into Khan, who rides the bounce nicely and just taps it into the offside, and they go through for yet another single to complete Archibald's over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 311 for 7, with Imran Khan on 52 and Terence Hines on 18.
So far this season, you see the batters, whether in the lower half or the top half of the order, when they show intent, when they show that level of, aggressiveness, they have more success. It looks okay. It looks more attractive, look more easier, and they're in more control for what we have seen than those players we see that's coming out there and trying to bat long.
Right. Yeah.
The intent is not there to score. You can see the difference. So this is something that as a batter you should look at and take things positive and move on.
Walsh Jr. starts a new over. And that one's hit firmly by Khan. Straight to the Kieran Powell at short extra cover. There's no run. Just the slip in now for Khan. Keeps that one out. Walsh Jr. in again to Khan, and Khan meets that one on a full, but can't beat Walsh Jr. on his follow through.
You need a consistency there from here to watch those good areas and give the ball, a bit of flight, turn. Very easy here for my likings,
Yeah, I think he looks a much better bowler when he gives it some flight, I believe. In again to Khan, and that one ill directed down the leg side. Well taken again by Hamilton.
Bowling a bit too
Too
quick.
quick.
Yeah.
Walsh Jr. in again. This one turned into the onside by Khan, but can't beat the fielder. So a maiden over there by Hayden Walsh Jr. The score remains on 311 for 7.
Yeah, good going here by these two batters, building a nice partnership here. And piling on some well-wanted ones here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 101 over. The umpires are pushing along the batters because it seems like the overrate is a bit slow. You would want to think so with the attitude of the leader.
I was going to say, yeah.
The way they're moving around. It's,
Archibald now over the wicket. And that one takes the edge of Hines' bat, but a couple of bounces there to Gully, and there's no run.
I mean, this is better. Yeah. The angle.
Well, at least if you're going to have a gully and a slip, at least this brings them into play. No?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the angle from that, if you want to bowl a bit wider with that angle, your gully and your slip in play. But from around the wicket, that's too negative for me.
Yes. Archibald in again to Hines. And Hines, French cut in that. Almost back onto his stumps, but he gets a single down to fine leg. He moves on to 19. And the score 312 now for 7. As Kieran Powell at long on comes in. So now long on and long off are both Up inside the circle as Archibald into Khan, and Khan just plays that with soft hands into the extra cover region, and there's no run. They've gone a bit flat again though, Sylvester, have the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. You don't hear much chatter going on. Looks like Shino Berridge warming up at mid-off.
I think Terrence Ward and Monson Hodge, these guys supposed to be more vocal.
Yeah, we haven't heard them at all.
Yeah,
No?
these guys are just like they're going on a picnic or something. Yes, slip the keeper in Hamilton. He's the captain, so he's doing a lot of things, but you can hear him still trying to. But I mean, when you have your slippers, and Terrence Ward has been in his slip from ever since the game started. He needs to be more vocal in the slips and bringing on the team. Kofi James at extra cover. These guys need to get some more energy in the team and build a vibes.
Definitely.
Positive energy. Positive energy. Positive energy.
And there's a positive shot again by Imran Khan. Strokes that nicely through the cover region for another couple. So he continues to look very good, very solid. He moves on to 54. The score 314 for 7. Partnership has gone on to 37. Very handy runs these for the Red Force.
Yeah, definitely.
They've maintained the run rate over 3. So they pushed it up from around about 2.5 for most of the innings. Archibald in again to Khan. Khan is shoulder in arms, lets this go through outside the off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 314 for 7. Khan is on 54 and Hines is on 19.
Yeah, and the Red Force lower half of the batting, those are the ones that really, piling on the ones and giving them a good total, 314. They played some good cricket between themselves in terms of rotating the strike, going in between the wickets,
building
partnerships and being positive, from Bravo come down to now. Between there, these guys exhibited some really positive cricket.
Hayden Walsh Jr. starts a new over, and that one's turned nicely down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. From Hines, he moves into the 20s now, 23. Score 318 for 7. Another ill-directed delivery there by Walsh Jr. Sylvester was saying, we think he's bowling it. We're trying to bowl a bit too quick. Rather than give his leggies a bit of flight. That one moves the feet nicely, did Hines. Takes a single up to long off. So Red Force
just need to slow it down a bit. It seems like he's bowling like in a one-day style.
Right.
Vibes,
yeah. Khan now back on strike, and he strokes it nicely up to long off as well for another single. So very easy pickings here for Trinidad and Tobago. They move on to 320 for 7. Still 11.5 overs remaining in the day's play. Hayden Walsh Jr. That one a cricket delivery.
It looks like we might get up to 6 today.
Might get it in, yeah. The light's good at the moment.
Still good.
Sunshine covering majority of the ground. Walsh Jr. into Hines, and Hines lost him high, wide, handsome over the extra cover boundary for another 6. That's Hines' second 6, and he's growing in confidence more and more as he moves on to 30. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 326 for 7.
That's a lovely positive shot. Excellent shot of extra cover. That one was a bit slower, but it was wide outside the off stump. See, back to his one day
Again.
style again.
Yep.
Quickly. He's afraid of getting.
Afraid of getting hit.
Yeah. When you're a spin bowler, you gotta.
And I think that's where his bowling changed, though, Sylvester, because when he first started playing first-class cricket, he was using his variations in his flight a lot more. And then, as you say, when he got into West Indies white ball setup, you could see his bowling really changed. That, trying to keep down the runs and not wanting to be hit. And he's carried that into his red ball game.
Yeah, because he used to spin the ball quite a fair way, but of late you haven't seen that rev on the ball. He started bowling, with that pace on the ball, and when you bowl with that pace, you're not going to get that turn. Yeah, once in a while you get a turn, but that comes from the one version. But the more you spin the ball, especially in the 4-day cricket, you're going to have pitches where you have to spin the ball, and he's not spinning it. He's bowling too quickly for my likings, and when he try to slow it up, then it's so easy. He's right there, and even when he's bowling fast with his length, the length is not consistent.
No.
So.
And that also adds to the field placings too, because if he's trying to protect himself from being hit, then the captain is more likely to put the long off and the long on, when sometimes they should be hunting wickets and be up in the circle. Coffee James is going to take over from Colin Archibald from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and he's bowling to Imran Khan, who just knocks that into the mid-wicket region. No run. So 326 for 7. There'll be 10 overs remaining in the day's play after this over. You'll hear from Seth Burton.
And it's the ball is still fairly new, because it's like a new ball, so
yeah,
you can't complain about it.
Well, they're up to 103, so 20 odd overs old.
I just think it's his grouping. He's not really bowling in that consistent area.
Right.
I think Kofi James, when you look at Kofi James, you can see his grouping, more often than not. He bowls one or two badly, but more often than not, you see him bowling in that nice area with a bit of flight, like a guile, but with Hayden Walsh, it's down the leg side, outside the off stump, one shot, you haven't seen that consistency. And the pace, is preventing him from getting any rev.
Any real turn.
We haven't seen him even try a googly.
No.
That's just be one of his strong points, when he turned the ball so severely, kept a straight one in terms of the googly.
Tossed up by James this time to Hines, who comes forward in defence, and there's no run. The score's 327 for 7. James again into Terence Hines, and he just lets that delivery that was heading down leg side to take him on the pad, and no run, no shot offered to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 327 for 7, with Imran Khan on 56, Terence Hines is on 30. Be more comments from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, and then you'll hear the voice of Seth Burton.
Yeah, and this partnership is really blossoming nicely for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I think he's up to 50 now. And I know that he comes in quick time. And Terence Hines is the main scorer. These two, are looking really almost. The Hines especially, he's looking to dispatch any bad balls. Not only for 4, for 6. He's a positive young man. And that's why I think that they missed the trick earlier when he came in. In not attacking him and trying to get him out early. They allow him, gave him the singles, and now that he's in a rhythm, and he's a fairly good player. Welcome back, Seth.
Most definitely. But I'm sorry, I'm still with you, Sylvester. And that one's pulled into the mid-wicket area. Good work on the boundary rope there to stop the 4 by
Shino is
showing you see, now he's taking that catch. He's on fire now. Look at that for an effort.
Save 2 runs there.
Yeah, most definitely.
I thought you left me for a minute there.
Well, I did, but then Seth wasn't quite ready, so he'll be with you from the next over. Walsh Jr. Another full delivery. Hit straight back to the bowler by Imran Khan. 329 for 7, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Really extending this first innings of theirs very well, and that's a full toss by Hayden Walsh Jr. Was smacked out to the fielder there, Mikhail Louis, on the deep extra cover boundary for a single. Khan moves to 59. There's Terence Hines back on strike. He's on 30. Partnership now worth 53. As that's turned nicely back with a square by Hines. Berridge has another long run to go and collect that one, but another 2 to Hines. He goes on to 32. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 332 for 7. But this half-century partnership and counting, very, very good as far as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are concerned. That was a better ball there by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Yeah, you need to get a few more consistent in that area.
Yes.
Keep him quiet. Keep him
And
quiet.
keep him
He's
coming
scoring at will.
forward.
Yeah, he's scoring at will. Both back foot and front foot. I mean, you got to bring a balance to your...
That one's lofted high, long on and long off, converge on the ball, but it drops between the two of them. Just the single taken, so a bit of a mishit there by Hines, but better bowling by Hayden Walsh Jr. to complete that over. At Trinidad and Tobago, roll on, 333 for 7. Imran Khan is on 59, Terence Hines is on 33. The partnership now is worth 58. And now, after more comments from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, it will be Seth Burton to take you through to the close.
Yeah, I think if Hayden Walsh continue to bowl in that good area, bringing the batsman forward, I think he will be in with a chance to, create a wicket similarly to what happened a while ago, but he's too inconsistent. So the pressure, he's not building that pressure. And this one is a lovely shot there by Hines.
Yes, Kofi James was right in the slot, and he just hammered it over mid-wicket. In fact, a huge 6. Looked so easy. And Hines is really putting things in command. He had the front foot planted, and he lofted that one with ease and comfort. He moves on rather quickly up to 39 from 41 deliveries, as though he wants to catch up Imran Khan.
The way he's going, it seems like he will.
They're really mounting here.
He
goes again. Another big 6 from Terence Hines.
A bigger 6.
Well, he's a man who has been doing well in the regional games, has a first-class 100, has a few first-class 50s. Wow. Same line.
Same length.
Same length, same treatment. Hines is dealing in 6s. He moves to 45. And he is going at a pace of ODI rate.
Yeah, no,
45 from 42, over 100, striking at over 100. The Leewards, the wheels are falling off. Thought that they had a good comeback. But since that good comeback, this partnership has realized 68 runs. 68 runs. And we see here this pair for the 8th wicket. So for the day we have had 54 overs. Kofi James coming around the wicket this time, changing his line of attack. In fact, going to a more defensive ploy, and Hines coming forward.
But you can see why Hines been so successful in his little short career.
This time he goes again. Another one is coming towards us. Falls in the lower deck. 3 6s in this over. Hines gets his 50. What a 50.
Authoritative.
Yes, stamping his authority on this one and making the difference, perhaps showing the top half of the Red Force what they could have done earlier. 200 runs coming up for the day. TNT Red Steel scoring 100
Red
runs
Force.
in the day. Red Force losing only 3 wickets. Kofi James goes wider. Perhaps he's afraid of the bat now.
No, of
Afraid
course.
of the willow.
He come close. When that length, the Hines, what I like with Hines, you can see why he is
This time he comes forward.
you can see why he has
manner.
success in his short career. You know, just his mannerism and his attitude towards batting. He's a positive young man, and when the ball is in his area, he's not afraid.
Not afraid at all.
Yeah, and he hits them a fairly long way. You
The
know,
fourth half century of the TNT innings. Hines joining Imran Khan and Karai, and also young, well, I almost said young Bravo, but Darren Bravo, the young of the Bravo brothers, who scored 100. And this is really a transformed innings. They were going at just under 3. Now they have powered their team to 3.31 once, but over the last wicket falling at 277 for 7. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr. and
that's a better line and length.
better.
Yeah, he needs to be consistent in that area. But because Cornwall is off, you know, he brings
A lot of pressure on the other bowlers.
Yeah, but
At times we don't appreciate maybe the effort that well, I don't say, maybe I shouldn't say we don't appreciate, but you may not recognize the importance of him until he's missing.
yeah, well, I think they do. But what I'm saying, they have Casey Carty because the other bowlers, it seems like the
Medium fast.
yeah, he does
And steady.
and steady. You know, he
That's
can
right.
bowl him.
If
But
the spinners are not having the day, you're correct. Maybe they're not think well.
because
Captain
all
should
of
know.
the wickets come via the fast bowling route.
Right,
You
and
know,
he
the
offers
spinners-
that medium fast option.
Yeah, the spinners are not being effective at all. So you could have, thought about it and give Casey Carty a few.
That's good thinking. Perhaps they need you closer to the ropes to be relaying that information.
No, they have a manager and a coach down there.
And the captain is aware
Yeah.
of all his troops. Walsh Jr. Hines is wrapped on the pad, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. That's appealing more in hope.
Let's look at it again. Yeah,
Pitched
that's-
outside leg.
That's still
And
outside.
once it pitches there and hits there, you have no chance. This time he
I think
Still-
we're not getting enough balls in that area there from him. I think if he can, have 5, 6, 7 balls in that area, he can, put some pressure on Hines.
That's right.
Yeah, but he bowls one day, then he bowls one shot, one on the leg
Trying
side.
too many
yeah.
things.
Yeah, you need to just
Stick to a plan.
stick to a plan and try to build some pressure.
Well, Hines has Imran Khan started it after Bravo, but Hines, with his authoritative hitting, has really transformed the game totally
He changed it.
in
He changed
favor.
it, yeah.
Yes, a big game changer. Had he gone, they could have made further inroads on the 300, but he has powered them into a strong position. In fact, this partnership has not only realized 75 runs, but this partnership has been going at over 4 runs per over. And that has dented any chances the Leewards would have thought they had of perhaps dismissing the opposition, not only tonight, but on the 300. And also any chance of victory. We're in deep into the second day.
And you would have thought that Lee would have had the upper hand after they got Bravo with the second new ball.
Certainly.
And the bowlers were fairly fresh, so
6 overs
Okay.
remaining after this. Kofi James takes the wicket of Hines. Belatedly so, but Hines going back. That
Same
one
length.
came a bit sharper onto him, and it was well taken at first slip. So Kofi James breaking the partnership of 75 runs. Terence Hines scoring a wonderful 50, a classy 51, and it is in fact a good wicket for him.
and finally Terence Ward takes one.
Finally he comes into play and he Holds one, he must be saying, I wanted to really make amends. Is he making amends too late, Sylvester Joseph?
Yeah, I don't think so.
253 for 8.
I don't think so, because that is a very good wicket. Because having Terrence Hines out there is not a good sight for the Hurricanes and the spectators for the deal with the Hurricane. But it's a good sight, definitely, for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But Leewards will be happy to see the back of him. And that is the length that we're harping about. He in Walsh bowls a few like that, but Terrence Hines, when he pitches in that good length, he tends to come forward with an angled bat, like he's guiding it, and he guided that one right into the lap of Terrence Ward, so. And it's also bravery for the captain to give back Kofi James.
Yes, after you have been struck for 3 sixes in an over. The captain showing his confidence in the youngster. The youngster takes a wicket. And
he doesn't think that he have any more options.
Well, you mentioned that he still has the fast bowlers. He also had the option of considering Casey Carty, as you mentioned. And in doing that, Hines in his knock of 52, 48 deliveries, 1 4 and 5 sixes. 6 fives at 35. It tells you that more than 60% of his scoring strokes came off maximums, 3 off Kofi James, and then the rest. He will ponder that. He would say, I came in at number 9, and I gave the team the impetus that they need, because without this, perhaps they would not be assured of the strong position in which they are in, with 6 overs to go towards the end of the day's play.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he made a big difference in the batting. The way he scored, not only, some massive sixes, he scored very, very quickly. And Imran Khan rotated the strike and he realizes he knows who Khan is, obviously, and he give him the strike to help and allow him to play his natural role. Early on, Imran Khan was kind of, give him the opportunity to come in, to get himself in. But after, he gets in, hit a few boundaries, then Imran Khan now releases him, and both of them understood each other, and they played a very positive knock.
So Carey Peer has joined Khan. Khan is on 61. If you would want to continue, not just shut up shop, but continue in that positive vein. Peer plays the ball out to cover, and there is no run. So Carey Peer, one of the veterans of the Red Force team. Kofi James is bowling left-hander around the wicket. Angled that one into the pads. Peer showing good resolve. That's the end of the over. Kofi James adding to the wicket column, 1 for 49 from his 12, and 18 of those came off that penultimate over that he bowled, in which he was harshly treated by the big man, the man with broad shoulders. I won't say big in height, but big in heart.
Most definitely. And but Kofi James came back.
That's right, the last laugh.
And get the last laugh.
Yeah.
But in terms of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, what would be the plan? I would hope that they would try to maximize this evening and come fresh tomorrow and insert and declare.
Well, the Leewards may have plans of bowling them out before the evening.
Or I should say, first thing in the morning. I mean,
yes,
make sure that they're feeling.
Have a fresh day, because this is most likely to be a first innings outcome. And here is Hayden Walsh going wide of Imran Khan. How well Imran Khan has batted. Showed urgency from the ball go. No swiping, no slugging, just genuine
cricket
stroke play.
I think he exhibited on a different wicket. I think he's batting.
Yes, he looked as though he was batting from the other batter.
Yeah, he looked
just
like
the calm, the composure, and kept things honest.
And his timing.
Along the ground, exquisite timing, precision playing. Not just the power, not a power hitter, but really looking so fluid and consistent in his stroke play. Never looked in trouble. Really good off-inning teams. The lower half look better than the top, some in the top half. Hayden Walt Jr. goes wide of the off stump once again. Khan would not be induced, recognizing that perhaps his role is to stay around to the end. Maybe prefer to be bowled out, not to be bowled out, to declare. All that may contribute to. Oh, wrapped on the pad. Umpire has a long look. Not out. Hayden Walt Jr. was almost on his knees begging for that. Let's look at it again.
I like the way he appealed.
Yes, always enthusiastic. Excellent approach to the wicket. It may have pitched.
Just about leg.
Just
I
about
think
leg,
Misses
yes.
too much doubt.
Yes,
A little
created
too
a
much
little
doubt.
doubt whether it was outside leg or on leg. But it was straight. So give the umpire his due. He made the call. That will be umpire's call. So his call is not out.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, as an umpire, do you agree with the concept of umpire's call? Because
No,
I
I don't.
struggle with that.
No, I don't. To be
Makes
honest,
no sense
I don't
at
understand
all
it,
that
so.
if it's out, or it's not out.
I think if it's hitting,
It's hitting, it should be
yeah,
out.
it should be
So
out,
why
yeah.
umpire's call?
I don't know. I don't want to agree with that.
Puts umpire under pressure. Good bowling on the part of Kofi James on this occasion. Carry Peer,
I think that's why you're paying so much money for that.
DRS.
DRS, yeah.
Carry Peer cracks this one. But the man on the boundary is the young Louis. He moves with enthusiasm.
And I think this will do Louis well.
Yes,
In terms
to
of
get
what-
out on the field,
if he gets an
being a
opportunity.
part of it,
Yeah.
and he
he'll
gets
get
a
involved.
chance, then he would feel that he has a stake in the team. Hayden Walt Jr. having a little fun, allowing the ball to pass him as though he's chasing it. Perhaps to dare the fielders to go for the single. Kofi James. Imran Khan and Khan covers up as the close-up shot.
Yeah, it seems that way. But I thought the plan, I
Should be to
looking-
pile more runs
pile
on.
more runs on and get them in as early as possible in the morning, to speed up the game and try to make something of this game. But they're in a different frame of mind with 8 wicket down. It's not like you're coming back tomorrow when you have, oh man.
So 58.1.45 overs were bowled so far for the day. And they have doubled the score. Not only doubled the score, they have scored 200 during that period after going in on 151 for 3 on the first day, after we would have lost the entire first session, and then losing the first session again today. They've really come back well. They lost wickets in quick paces when they did, just like at the start of the innings. Good consolidation we saw between the captain, Darren Bravo, whose 100 was the basis for their success. He anchored well. We also had Yannick Carrier, who really batted well for his 52. Carry Peer now trying to do the same. And then we will note that Imran Khan has been playing an exceptional innings of 61. And then the man who really took the momentum and took the bull by the horn, Terence Hines, getting a run per ball, more than a run per ball, half century, 5 sixes and a 4. Really tilt the balance decisively in the Red Force's favor. Imran Khan is still there with Peer. Peer gets a single. And you're already 355. One option is to try to bat them out of the game, but at the same time try to get as many runs as possible.
I think it's the first innings you want to accumulate.
Oh, that's a good one. That was the googly. There was Khan making room to cut, and that one came back at his off stump in the end. He displayed good skill level. Steered it to third man for the single.
Yeah, but you see, Hayden Watch, we haven't seen that for the day. You know,
That's right.
Because
A
of
few more of that
Pierre, yeah,
could have been a wicket-taking delivery.
yeah.
It was really a ripper.
But I guess because Gary Pay is not really looking to score, so he has like a bit more
A healthy
comfort.
batting card.
Oh, definitely.
62, 52, 100, 51. Those are good. Anytime you get those
Yeah, the
levels
middle
of
order,
consistent scoring in the middle order, you should have a good score.
the middle order and the lower half really pile it on the Leewards how we can through this game. A few partnerships, telling partnership, especially the last one. You know.
Would you be bringing back any of your pacers for the last three, or you just keep on in that vein?
I don't think that they are able to come back. They had they had a few long spells, and I mean the way that the captain uses them.
Oh, okay.
Also, but probably the lights. I don't know if it looks a lot better today.
Well, yesterday we went off about
this
time.
This time, yeah, and it looks a
because
lot
of the
brighter
lights,
today.
perhaps, as you mentioned. But it was the spinner who was bowling yesterday when they went off. Kofi James
Yeah.
had just bowled the first delivery of his second over.
But it seems as though that they close up shop.
Yes.
And I would think that they want to get as much runs tonight as possible with two batters remaining. And I don't think Curry Pierre is anything like Terence Hines. You know, so
Hines provided entertainment for the spectators who were just waiting to see some action. Those who want to have a memory, like those tourists on the southern side, they would be saying, oh, that guy who lifted those balls over the top, that was so good to see. Because spectators are about entertainment.
yeah, that's why they come into the ground, and you know, even the more entertainment you get and the more spectator
It would come back.
come back. Yeah,
Or
but
encourage someone. What I saw that little strong guy from TNT with broad shoulders, Terence Hines, and he just hiked the leeward bowlers over the top. So Imran Khan also showed elegance in his batting. Darren Bravo scoring 100, and much of his batting was done yesterday. 72 of those came on the opening day. Today he was just gearing down, batting for the 100, gave a couple more chances, but in the end succeeding. Here is this one now, going past the wicket keeper. Jamal Hamilton seemed to have lost sight of that or given up on it. It was down the leg side, and had it been taken, it may have been a catch. But he went right across, and perhaps Kofi James surprised him.
I think that was a good effort by him. You know, he went.
Let's look at it.
Oh,
he dropped it.
He just missed it.
Ooh.
Just missed it.
Just look at it. Kofi James, on leg stump, edged, and it went through him. He perhaps was not alert, caught napping, and in the end, 4 runs. So the Leewards missing the chance of dismissing the big man Imran Khan. Khan gets 4, moves to 66, and those need to be taken. 360, the complete perimeter of the circle. 360, TNT, they have done everything right. And now we see Carey Pear eking out a single down to third man, and there is Powell just trotting as though, well, the day's over.
2 easy runs.
2 easy runs. I mean, I think Leewards would need to look deep within themselves for that level of professionalism or lack of it. I have seen guys who you need 50 runs from 3 balls, and guys diving at the boundary to prevent a boundary.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing this. Hayden Walsh Jr. to Pear, faster delivery, Pear's equal to the measure.
They don't even have a shot leg for Pear.
So they have lost the momentum, they have lost thought, they have lost idea.
They're just waiting and hoping that the day's play come to an end.
Yes, that's what we're reading. You know, get it over with. Let's go in and then put our feet up and talk about it. But if you're playing this seriously, it's never over until it's over. Got to be die hard. Pear goes back and he cracks this one nicely down to the cover, down to the point boundary for 4. Carey Pear, elegant shot. 366, for 8.
Yeah, that was a short one outside the half stump and pair. Was equal to the task. You don't bowl left-handers that type of day.
That's their meat and drink shot.
Yeah, no matter if you bat at 10, 11, a short ball outside
That's
the
the
half stump.
natural play.
Yeah, that's their shot.
So 8 balls remaining in the day's play. Here, still looking to score, but Imran Khan is not interested in that run. They've really the last hour has been so productive for the Red Force. Hayden Walsh Jr. in a bit of agony, wish he could have taken that one. So we've seen Imran Khan, the man standing out for the day. Yes, Bravo crowned his resilience off with 100, but I thought Imran Khan, the man who provided the early momentum, then provided the support for Terrence Hines, and is still there. You got to say he's the man of the day. Last over, Kofi James, and Khan gets an easy single in the cover region. They still have 3 men on the boundary on the onside. But now with this strike being turned over by Khan, well, 2 are remaining on the offside boundary. And P has not shown any sign of
And this is the last over.
hitting the last over.
According to the board,
Kofi James to carry pair. Pair comes forward, looks correct.
not even a bit of pressure on Curry Pair.
In fact, he opened the innings for the Red Force in one of the innings, I think the first innings against the Volcanoes. So he knows about batting and goes, and he cuts this one out to Louis on the cover boundary. So along this Sylvester Joseph.
When was the plan behind of that Curry Pair opening?
I am not quite sure if there was an injury to someone in the second innings. I am not quite sure.
Probably.
Oh, that's a good one from Kofi James. Seems to save these deliveries for the latter part of the overs. Similar one that got Terrence Hines.
Yeah, that's a good length.
But perhaps that's where he should be concentrating on this occasion now. Imran Khan, the veteran, had all the time to stretch across his long legs. The last delivery of the day. Kofi James in, and Khan walks away, says, I have done what you have asked me for. And in the absence of Rakeem Cornwall, who had 27 overs without a wicket, the Leewards find themselves wanting after taking only 5 wickets in the day's play. 5 wickets with TNT piling up, adding 217 runs to their overnight 151 for 3. TNT having the stronghold in this game, ending on 368 for 8 from 114 overs. Darren Bravo, the man who can say, bravo, I have reached the 100. Then Imran Khan, the man upon which their dominance stood in this part of the innings, the latter part, 67 from 97. Yannick Karaya, 52, very good runs. But the man who really swung the momentum and took it from being a game just tapering along, Terrence Hines, a real enterprising 51, and struck 5 sixes. TNT must be feeling that they're in command. Kofi James getting 1 wicket at the end, removing the dangerous Hines. But apart from that, it has been the fast bowlers who would have taken the wickets. 3 for Louis, 2 each for
China Berridge
and Colin Archibald. But you can see the TNT scorecard. Bravo, 100. 52 for Karai. 67 for Khan. 51 from 51. Terrence Hines. That was the innings, propelling the Red Force into a strong position. So at the end of day 2, in which we have lost 2 sessions each day, TNT Red Force 368 for 8. Tomorrow when we resume, Caripia will resume on 9. Imran Khan will resume on 67 if they choose not to declare. Jeremiah Louis 3 for 56, the man. Sheena Berridge 2 for 72, and Colin Archibald 2 for 83, doing some early damage for the Leewards. On behalf of our commentators here at the 7 Richards Cricket Ground, I'm Seth Burton, saying have a good evening, a good rest, and by God's help, we'll see you tomorrow.